Incapable of being humble? No, you're not. I'm good. I'm chilling. Ugh. Yesterday on a live during debate, I started just BMXing in the background. Like I turned on my camera and everyone's debating in the background. It wasn't on my live, it was on AR's, I think. And Yaya was like, epidemic of male loneliness, calling me out, and it's actually affected me for like 24 hours. I haven't stopped thinking about it. It's funny how these stupid TikTok lives actually get to you. Like she made one little offhanded comment, and it has affected me. It's affected me for 24 hours. I am lonely, dude. Why else would I come up on these fucking lives and talk to random people? Oh, so funny though. I mean, I don't see my like I have lots of friends. I have a girlfriend. I have a good relationship with my parents, but obviously we are all isolated to a certain degree. There are certain topics of conversation that my peers and my loved ones don't necessarily want to have, aren't interested in. So I mean, loneliness is not necessarily an unhealthy thing. Certain degrees, I suppose, we keep things private, or not forcing your topics of interest down the throats of everyone that you're, surrounded by. It's not always easy to find, like, sometimes the process of seeking friendships and relationships in a new space is part of the discovery. Maybe it's okay to be a little lonely through that phase. We don't always have to be um, surrounded. But yeah, her comment made me reflect on so much. I'm an only child, so I have been fairly like lonely, quote unquote, most of my life in a lot of ways, but I've never been like called out on it like that. I know it was just a joke. She didn't really mean it like that, or maybe she did. I don't know. I don't really care. But it hit me, Chris. Hit me. Actually affected me. It's hilarious. But I always promise myself that I'm not gonna like, oh, it's crashing. That's annoying. I don't know how much of that you heard there, but I come onto this app anticipating like personal attacks and stuff. I can't remember what the last 2 lines I said was. But yeah, I hope you're doing good too, Chris. I hope you're doing good too, doing well. Thank you for all the likes. You don't gotta do all that. Up early today, but it's a beautiful day. So I think I'll be getting out at a good time.
Okay, I decided to come up. I've been out here on the TikTok streets causing issues for everybody, so
TikTok streets.
you already
Have you?
know how I am. I can't help it. I was born this way.
I've noticed that a lot of your lives are political lately, or like the lives you're in.
Yeah, everybody's losing their fucking minds. And like, it's my job. Like, I am bound to tell them how ignorantly dumb they're being and that they need to pull their head out of their ass. I have a duty to do that. It's an obligation at this point.
Yeah. Well, good job then.
I mean, I think you see it too, right? The hypocrisy that's indoctrinating, and that, like, it's is the hypocrisy seems to be this vital element running through people's veins, that without their hypocrisy, they would just cease to exist.
Yeah. There's a lot come at it from different
Yeah.
angles. I like the saying that good and evil runs through the heart of every person, every individual. And I think that's pretty true.
Do
Like,
you?
yeah, like I have to admit that I've been so taken back by, different scenarios. Like I'll go and disagree with someone politically, and then later in life they're the hospitable ones that come to my rescue. Or someone
Right.
who I think is a really good friend and open-minded, and later in life they betray me, and those values that I earlier appreciated become the rot of our relationship. It's interesting. It's hard to judge. Certain people offer different things. I wouldn't go to my grandma's house and expect her to like have political, information necessarily, but her wisdom is what I'd be looking. I don't know. Everyone has a different kind of, I guess, utility in that way, or whatever you want to call it.
I guess they do, don't they? I guess that this is the thing, right? I think that everybody has something good about them, right? Even the worst humans have something good about them. However, I think it's also okay to state that one person's negative qualities can outweigh or overshadow and overpower any type of positive contributions or utility that they may have. Does that make sense?
Definitely, definitely could. Yeah.
Yeah.
When they're in, what I observe for the most part, especially with politics, is that it's pretty divorced from people's daily habits, other than perhaps their like rhetoric or their online posts or how they maybe conversate with people. Like mostly, if you're a soccer mom, your political opinions, how much, you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
you can yap all day. Really, your function all day is taking care of your kids. So, or like if a guy has a
Yeah.
job all day and he works on an oil rig, he can bitch and moan all day about politics. Really, he's a rig rat. His political
Right.
opinion is secondary to what he's really doing most of the time. Even though he
Mm.
might feel like his political opinion is like really important. I don't know.
Yeah. I think that people come on the internet to escape or build some type of something that they wish they were, or that they think they ought be. And
That is
I
so
think,
that dude, that's so true. Yes.
yeah,
That's what it is. That's what it is. Building your personality. And that's very sorry to cut you off there, but that's where I do really look at it as like a humility filter, because
right.
I'm trying to be a better person. So when I come on the internet, I basically better be willing to get grilled by the world.
Right. I, however, am not trying to be a better person on the internet. I'm just trying to be me. Um,
Yeah.
the good, the bad,
So
and the ugly.
but the internet won't appreciate that. Well, it could. It might. I appreciate you, but you know what I'm saying. You have to be resilient.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, if you're your honest, vulnerable self on the internet, you're gonna get torn apart unless you're a resilient type of person who can like take that kind of thing.
Well, and we all know that I have been torn apart on this app. People either love me or they fucking hate me. Um, like that's the one thing that I've noticed is that people are never lukewarm on me, right? And I'm okay
Well,
with
you're
that.
not a lukewarm person.
I'm not
No,
by any stretch.
right.
And I'm okay with that completely and totally. Um,
I don't
what
like
I'm not
lukewarm.
okay
I
with is
don't
trying
like
to
lukewarm
placate to
people.
people.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
are
me
lukewarm
neither.
people. I don't like those people. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I'd way rather you embarrass yourself with your honest opinion and pick up the pieces later than never be vulnerable and never show any pieces of yourself at all.
right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just carrying like this 70-pound TV across my house. Um,
How hell you're talking to me? Like, put the phone
Yeah.
down for a second. You're hilarious.
I did not put the phone down. I had it in my hand, helping to brace the TV as I just pantedly carried this 70-pound TV across my house.
It's
Um,
not worth it. This conversation's not worth it.
I did it though. It is now where I wanted it. So, Chris 1, TV 0. Um, it is what it is.
Priorities. Yeah.
Uh,
Half the time I'm on this app, I'm doing something ridiculous as well. Like, I'm usually working, and it's if people could see what I was in the middle of half the time, it's I don't know why. Like, middle of a conversation about God, I'm like crossing a highway with 100 pounds of groceries and like almost getting hit on my bike. Like,
yeah, and I think that that's okay. Like, I think that people think that we're on here doing nothing all day. And no, I'm on here living life, having, most of the time, other than when I'm in political lives, having somewhat intellectually stimulating conversations that make me question the way that I think. And I think that that's perfectly healthy to, be carrying 70-pound TVs across the fucking house while having these conversations. Like, what else better do I have to do?
yeah. No, I
Yeah.
agree. Did you hear what I said about the loneliness comment?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you
I
feel
think a
about
lot of
that?
people are fucking lonely.
Yeah.
I
Especially
think they
in
come
like,
on.
go ahead.
I think they're lonely even with themselves, though. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like, well, reflecting upon the comment on myself, I suppose there are topics in me that I'm lonely about. I have tons of fulfilling aspects of my life, but there are other aspects that I'm not fulfilled in. For instance, having a daily engaging debate about whether it's politics or God or philosophy or whatever, it's hard to find people in my everyday life, right? That are really like 24/7 willing and open to doing that. And I would burn my girlfriend out or my friends out if I were to do that all the time, you know? So it's not that I'm necessarily lonely. Like, I could have a friend to go bike with. I could have a friend if I was in
Hmm.
need of something, but I'm a drain. Like, I'm a high maintenance person. So to a degree, I'm not,
What
I'll
I would
always
say
have
then,
aspects of me that are lonely.
lonely's the wrong word. You're starving.
Right. Yes. Right. You're right. Yeah. Well, it's similar. When you're lonely, I suppose you're starving for that connection. It's a similar feeling. But I
Yeah,
guess
but
I'm
you're not
leaving.
starving for companionship. You're starving for intellectual growth.
Yes. 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 It's not a companionship problem. I have lots of
Right.
companions. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a
100%.
knowledge thing. And
Yeah.
I think that's why a lot of us come here, right? A lot of us come here for lascivious purposes, but a lot of us come here because of the quote unquote tribe that we found where we can have intellectually stimulating and demanding conversations that force us to view the world from someone else's perspective. And then it forces us even further to take that perspective and see how it compares to or contrasts to our own. And it sometimes it
Absolutely.
leads to a change of mind, or sometimes it leads to a solidifying and cementing of our opinions. But either way,
Yes.
it's forcing growth.
100%. 100%. And it's very interesting also to remove the interpersonal dynamic, the fact we are just audio, interacting through a radio basically. Like, it kind of does leave room for a little bit more honesty. Like, my friends might not give me the honest pushback I need, or they might, yeah, I don't know. Like, you're not going to get that like truly sort of blind, double blind study where you're just talking to
Right,
literally random people.
right. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that luckily we've come to find some people on this app that are equally interested. Some of them are not interested in learning or growing or any fucking thing like that. They're on here to bloviate nonsense out of their fucking mouth that their ass is jealous of, right? Um, but some of them are truly here to hear the other perspectives and to maybe at least try to peer at the world through someone else's lens. And I have great love for that. Like, challenge me, change my mind, make me think differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you see a pattern with people who are like okay, this is maybe my bias, but I do tend to see a pattern with people who are highly educated being less open-minded. Is that just me?
No, that's not just you. A lot of
Yeah.
people, now I will say there are some people who are highly educated who have open minds, but those people generally come from humble backgrounds. Um, the ones who are less likely to change their mind are the ones who feel like their education is some type of solidified entitlement, if that makes any sense. They didn't have the thirst or the hunger for it like someone who literally had to work their ass off to
Right.
get to that position did.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of highly educated people are pompous, arrogant pricks who, God Himself could come down here and say, "Look, I'm fucking real." And they would be like, "Bitch, please. No, you're not, because I say that you're not."
Yeah, I find it very interesting how those types end up in the same carousels as religious thinkers. Seems like the same
Yeah.
closed-mindedness is having the religious effect on either one. They end up in these rooms arguing about God from either side of the coin, both dogmatically. It's very interesting to see. It's like you end up in the same room that you are projecting. It's interesting. It's
Yeah.
like you think this is a discussion about intellect, but really this is an echo chamber of closed-mindedness, and you're just coming
Right.
at it from different ends of the same problem. Very
Yeah, and
interesting.
they get so angry, right? But they claim, and this is the part that's so unnerving to me. They claim that they want intellectual growth. They claim that they want to hear the other side and have an understanding of it. No, what you want to do is find the bias string and follow it all the way back to the conclusion that you had before you even started this conversation. You're not here to learn. You're here to force someone else to feel like they're inferior to you, to solidify your own understandings, which, by the way, have a fucking spun ass bias to them. Otherwise, you'd listen with an open mind.
Nailing it. Yeah, absolutely nailing it. um,
Yeah.
how, if you had to put a percentage on it in your daily life, not on TikTok, how many people, like out of 10 or 100 people, do you think, open-minded? Do you think most people are pretty closed-minded?
I think that people put on a mask and pretend to be open minded, because they feel like that's
Mm,
what's socially acceptable in the real world. Whereas online, I think online gives a pretty accurate representation of it because people are more likely to drop the mask.
right.
Does that make
Yes,
sense?
absolutely. It's interesting to me because, well, I guess I've taken it upon myself to study open-mindedness quite heavily, and so I know that you can't really fake it. But you
Hmm.
are so right that those who don't truly have it hide behind their masks. It's a mask. It's an easy thing to try and mask that you're open-minded, but it's funny how that eventually the line will break because it requires so much emotional stability to have that kind of,
Yeah,
open-mindedness that you can't fake it. At a certain point, you can't fake it.
right. And I think that they can feign listening and then they'll act like they heard you, right? But then they'll immediately revert back to their bias and claim that what you said was illogical or not rational or it doesn't logically follow. It doesn't, blah, 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 every excuse in the world that we've heard in order to justify their biased beliefs while they point the finger and say that it's your bias that's keeping you blinded from seeing the truth, which is their truth and not the actual fucking truth.
Yeah,
I don't know.
time
It's
and
all
time
such
again.
hypocritical bullshit.
It's crazy how repetitive it is, though. It's a cycle. It's definitely a pattern. Like, it's not a coincidence.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an unhealthy, toxic cycle. But as long as there are people out there validating these unhealthy cycles that people are going through, they'll continue and they won't stop.
Yeah, that's what kind of makes me interested in these apps. I mean, to a degree, I guess it's part of the background noise here. I'm just making coffee. But to a degree,
No,
I
you're
guess
fine.
I guess it's kind of like incentivizing away from. I mean, it's like these people are wasting their time. They come on these apps, they're upset all day, they're sweating, anxious, talking to people that they don't know, and then they go home and they drown in the guilt or afterthoughts. So there's this aspect of like none of the incentives are like gearing them towards anything other than improving themselves. These apps are basically forcing people to slowly but surely improve those aspects. I think, even though it's tempting to be like, is this just another cesspool that's basically incentivizing the rot? But it's like, I don't think it is. I think it's basically conditioning us, slowly to psychologically evaluate where we're at, even if it takes like two generations or something.
Right. Which is crazy.
Yeah, but I do think it's like helping to a degree. Because like why are so many of these sort of neurodivergent types on these apps? It's like most normal people aren't filling their time on
Are
these
you
fucking
calling us
apps.
neuro? We are neurodivergent, which is fine. I'm okay with it.
I
Hey, Pi,
mean,
long time no see.
I would never. I guess I would probably never label myself that, but I don't
I'll
know what
label you
else to
that
label
because
myself.
you are that. That's the part of delusion that we lie to ourselves about logic. And neurodivergent doesn't necessarily mean weird or anything like that. It just means that the way that we view things is not always we never view ourselves the way that others view us. Does that make sense? There, that's better.
Right, right.
And we always, all of us, have some type of bias or some type of preconceived notion about us that other people don't have. And while other people don't have access to our mental states, they have access to our actions, which also says a lot about us.
Yeah, 100%. So, do you have a way when you stray from the path of, you know, open-mindedness, I suppose, is the word we're using? Do you have a,
Mm-hmm.
how do you stay on that track? How do you remind yourself, or like, yeah, can you catch yourself going off the track?
Sometimes I'll catch myself going off the tracks. And normally it would be in conversations with someone that I'm appreciative of, like with you. I know that we've had conversations where I will start veering off the track and get into my feelings, but then I remember that I have some type of fondness toward you or toward Pi or toward like Bart when he was on here. And that is what brings me back to the track is me wanting to be as genuine and as honest with the person that I appreciate. And put me in front of someone I don't like that I think is a hypocritical bastard. And getting back on the track is exceedingly difficult. Whereas it's very simple when it comes to people that I enjoy talking to, if that makes any
Well,
sense.
that makes a lot of sense. No, I totally agree. The more benefit of the doubt I give you and the more I enjoy your company, yeah, the less likely I am to dismiss you like that.
Be
100%.
disingenuous. Yeah, absolutely.
100%. So Tay, jump in anytime you want. No pressure.
So, what's the topic?
Whatever you want it to be, bro. I have the background here. I'm interested in logic. Chris and I are having a good little conversation here. I think that logic applies to not just sort of the technical applications of classical logic, but also things like empathy and emotional stability. So that was kind of the route we were taking. But I'm open to talking about whatever you want, dog.
Um, so like classical logic would also be a part of reasoning, of course, right?
Yeah. Or reasoning is a part of classical logic. Yeah, I don't know how you want to put that.
So when you say it's more of emotion, or when you say like there's this type of logic where it's like emotion, what do you are you're saying there's a distinction?
Well, actually, I don't know if there is a distinction. I guess a lot of people think that symbolic logic is simply just the study of inference and how these modal operators function, you know. But I do think that at its rock bottom, there's emotional implications and moral implications.
Moral
Even
and
just,
emotional.
even just something like I have on the background there, like epistemic humility. Epistemic humility and falsifiability seems to be implied by inference rules. So at the very least, it seems like that's necessary for logic. Wouldn't you agree?
What do you think inference rules are?
Well, I all of the in classical logic, the typical operators that connect um, propositions. So I don't know. I think there's like 9 or 13 inference rules, right? I'm not sure if I'm
That's part
familiar.
of classical logic. That's a part of classical logic.
Yeah, yeah. All the inference rules of classical logic, modus ponens, um,
Yeah, so like you say
conjunctive. Go ahead.
are you saying that you could draw like a conclusion from an emotion based off observation that emotion that they're going through?
No, 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 no. I'm saying that like let's observe modus ponens. Do you know what modus ponens is?
No. Just keep going
It's
though.
an it's an inference rule. It's one of the most sort of like widely popular or popularized inference rules, modus ponens. The way that validity works in logic is it just looks at the structure of inference. So modus ponens is just if P then Q. That's the structure of the argument. So P and Q could be any proposition or conclusion, any antecedent, um, and consequent, but it's just the structure that we're looking at to determine whether or not it's in the form of modus ponens. Do you kind of understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, you keep going.
So I just find it interesting that the word if in particular with this inference rule modus ponens, it begins with the word if. So it says if P then Q. So that right there sets up a certain epistemic norm, right? A form in validity that is related to conditional reasoning, right? If the whole form of the argument starts with the word if. There's other inference rules that aren't conditional, but that one is conditional. So I'm just kind of trying to show that like the power there would be in this form of non-dogmatic conditional reasoning, setting up your propositions in a way that the premises can be checked and validated. A dogmatic person who's superstitious and unscientific doesn't put forward their claims in a way that is falsifiable or reasonable so that we can like test and check it.
Wait, so you're drawing this basis because it says if, given the context that you're trying to say it's more of like a condition.
Well, I'm just saying that it seems like all of the inference rules to some degree have an underpinning of validity, and validity seems to be related to our ability to check the premises. And that whole process, the method of checking premises, seems to relate to our epistemic humility. If you're unwilling to check your premises, right, and you lack epistemic humility, you're going to be basically cornered into non-inferential thinking and not using classical logic.
Epistemic humility?
Yeah, yeah.
Hello, my friend.
What up, though?
I am 56 for talk purposes, and I would like to
Sick.
explain my view on logic.
Okay, bro, I'd love to hear it.
Thank you. Logic is essentially a construct of the human. Logic is a construct of a human mind. Logic is nothing but a set of rules that we follow, that we feel that we should follow because we need structure to how we exist. Logic is a set of rules that we have decided, and we are following it only because we need structure. Which logic is better? Actually, that is not even discussed properly. Whether even some people think that thing is logic.
Do you believe in like Platonism?
What is that?
It's like everything has a perfect form, essentially. So like the concept, like,
No, I don't believe that.
like you don't think that everything has a perfect form?
No,
So like think of the battery.
nothing has a perfect form. That is the point. Everything in this world right now is evolving to reach perfection, which is an unreachable goal anyway.
So you don't think that in like some perfect world there's going to be a perfect battery, for example?
There'll
Like,
be a perfect battery, but the perfect battery will become imperfect as soon as it is accepted as perfect. You know what will happen? See, if you find the perfect battery in a perfect world, somebody will say, I want to make a better battery, and will make a better battery. And that will become the perfect battery. So there'll always be perfection is only short lived till the next thing, better thing comes along, and this will go away.
well, you're talking from like a subjectivity point of view because maybe in this perfect world he wants this perfect battery to have one instead of two ports.
Let's say you have one instead of two ports. You got to find the perfect battery for one instead of two ports. But somebody will say, isn't three ports better than two? And discovers a battery with three ports. Isn't that battery a better battery?
Let's just hold up for a
Once
second.
again, you
Wait,
brought up
wait. Let's just hold up for a second. I don't understand what perfection has to do with logic.
Perfection.
Why
logic
why
is
are we
different
talking about
words.
perfection?
When you are talking about perfection, I explained logic. You started talking about perfection.
I did. I didn't
Yeah,
even
you
say
were the one
anything.
who asked the question on perfection, not me.
What?
no, I did
Oh,
because you
sorry.
brought
Yeah.
up because professor said that logic is sorry, can you restate what you said?
Logic is a set of rules that we have constructed by ourselves, actually arbitrarily for most parts of it,
Oh,
in
yeah,
order for
sorry.
us to find structure in this world.
Sorry, yeah, you said that we made it though, right? Like you did say that originally?
Yeah, we made it up. Logic is
Yeah.
something that we have made
Yeah,
up.
that's why I said that because in Platonism there's going to be perfect forms or like a perfect yeah, like a perfect form like this battery for example. So the battery that we have yeah, sure there's many different types of batteries, but ultimately the way we have the battery um that's just our battery. That's our concept of a battery and we made this physical.
True, but the perfect battery doesn't exist yet. And even if it comes into existence, it will only be briefly that it will be because some other more perfect battery will come into existence. So this concept of perfection is image, is a mirage. It keeps
No, again,
changing
what
all
you're
the time.
saying is subjective because if I view like that's again that's like
It's not
saying like
subjective. My view is that real truth.
no, that's subjective. Like
How
that's
is
so
truth subjective?
I
no,
want
so
to
you're
wait. I think you guys have like lost the track so much here. I want to circle back to why I even ask the question, how is, if you're calling it Platonism, why, which I've never, like, where,
Platonism.
why, how is your question relevant? Why did you bring that up? If you don't mind me asking, it's no pressure. It's just like, how is that related to his definition of like logic?
No, it's okay. The clarification is because he's saying that we made logic, which is the point in being if everything has a true form or like a perfect form, then this logical system that we created would inherently already have an existence for what we just
Our
discovered
logic is
essentially.
not perfect, my friend. That's the reason why we have so many problems on this planet right now. If our logic was perfect, we won't have any problem. Can I give you an example? Can I give you an
Wait, hold
example of
on.
the imperfect logic we use right now?
You don't think
Can I give you an example of the imperfect logic I use right now? We use right now. I'll give you an example from the Bible. See, in the Bible it says the serpent seduced Eve and Adam to eat from the fruit of knowledge to know the difference. good and bad. Let me finish it, please. And then we say that is a bad act and it is against God. And because of that, Adam has lost something. The truth is, because of that act, Adam is way better. Instead of living in the forest as animals, by listening to Lucifer, he has gotten into a better shape right now as a human, boss of this planet, with access to arts, literature, thinking, knowledge, logic, everything. You should be thanking the devil. Instead, you are cursing the devil, and that is the bad logic humans are using today.
I don't really get. I don't get what you were implying. I'm not
I
gonna.
can reply, I can explain once again. See, before Adam ate, he was an animal, literally. No clothes, no shelter, no homes, no
I don't
AC.
think that we
Listen, we
should.
have all of that today.
Hold on,
We
hold
have
on,
all
hold
of
on.
that today. That's all
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think that we should refer to religion in this conversation.
Just giving an example of the logic that is badly used in this.
Yeah, you giving an example on religion would be
The book, okay,
referring
you
to
read the book, you
religion.
read the Bible. Okay, let's say you read the book.
I I'm sorry. I couldn't.
No, it's okay. I just he didn't realize that me telling him to not refer to the Bible and then him saying he's using it for an example. Apparently that's not referring, so I
It's
guess we're both wrong.
it's it's not so much as positions. I draw people that I don't even know how I filter necessarily who's on the panel. It's like a discourse thing. It's kind of like how often you
Mm,
interrupt and how often you
it's a
sort of
bullshit meter.
yeah, a little bit of a yeah, bullshit meter, I suppose. Yeah.
Well,
Like you could hold really outlandish opinions, I don't care, but it's just like how you go about it.
I mean, I guess I feel that. I mean, I won't lie. I get out of pocket, but I like to justify it because it's a reasonable crash out.
Logic. You actually know that person. His name used to be Krishna on here.
Yeah, we've talked a couple times and I'm pretty sure every time it ends up in a
It has
similar
ended up with you kicking him. Um,
yeah.
he makes me want to suck start a 12 gauge.
Toaster, toaster. You
Yes.
do you wanna what's it called? Like what's it called? Do you discuss these topics usually?
Sometimes.
Do you want to debate on if moral rights are objective or not?
Not particularly. I was just up here having a conversation earlier. I don't really debate. I think debating is pointless because most of the time people come in with preconceived notions and you're not going to change anyone's mind. Sinlith, how are you doing, love?
Hey girl,
Have you missed
small
me?
world.
I know you have.
Yeah, I have
Oh hell
actually.
no, so cringe.
Do you?
Yeah, I met Logic not too long ago too. We had a really good discussion. They got
We did.
ru rudely interrupted by my daughter getting out of daycare.
The best interruption of the day. Could not be a better interruption.
Yeah,
Fucking kids in their daycare.
Daycare, is your daughter like four, three, two, three, four?
she's 1.5. She's pretty small.
Oh shoot, that's young. That's young. How was it
Yeah.
the first time that you had to kind of let the? I couldn't imagine giving your child over to a daycare. It must take so much faith. Like you got to do it at some point, but you're so attached to this little thing, and then they're so precious. It'd be hard.
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of like you're also kind of like motivated by necessity, right? Because you like have to work to survive. Um,
Totally.
and we kind of live in an age where most people, like my wife and I, we're a dual income household. Like we wouldn't be able to sustain if only one of us. Well, I think maybe we could, honestly, but it would be really hard.
No,
So
man. If you
yeah.
can find a trustworthy daycare, how was that whole process of like finding the daycare? Was it relatively easy, or was it a headache? Do you have to get in a line for 5 years? Like, how was it?
Actually, there was like this a colleague of mine at work showed me this app. I could probably dig it up if you ever end up in a situation where you need it. But it's essentially kind of like it's almost like looking up a restaurant on Google Maps. Like it opens up a map with all the registered daycares around you, and you just pick the like geographically, like as you zoom away from your house, you can see where they are. They have ratings. They have like these metrics, right, that they submit to the state during their licensing process, and the state like gives them tells you like what kind of homeworks they met in terms of being a like a performing well as a daycare service. And we just, we took the phone numbers, called a couple of them around, and settled on one.
Not bad. Not bad. Not
Yeah, man.
bad. I guess,
Do you have any
like you're
kids?
saying, no dreams. I'm 33. I've been with my girlfriend for 13 years. I still haven't proposed, and that's where we're at. But man, life, family, and marriage and everything is total goals. I'm just
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah. Don't
juvenile.
rush it.
I'm a degenerate. I'm a degenerate juvenile. We live so youthful, and both of us are self-employed, and we live in the city. Both of us are kind of immature in that way, but I think one day, for sure, we just go ahead.
No, I was gonna say if you are enjoying what you're doing, just commit to it. There's no necessity to have kids. You do lose that life.
Yes, yes. So it's kind of it's this balance of like holding on to my youth while also knowing that in the future family's the goal. Like it isn't that I'm unhappy doing what I'm doing, but in the things change, and to be ultimately fulfilled, it's not that we need to have kids of our own necessarily either, but
I'll give you
building a
two kids if
family.
you don't need to have any of your own. I have a
Yeah,
17-year-old and a
I'll take
15-year-old free to go
Chris's. There
home.
you go. There you
Go
go.
you.
I'll take Chris's kids. Where'd you get those kids? Oh, someone I met on TikTok gave them to me.
Absolutely. I'll ship them to you too. No
Tik
charge.
TikTok shop is awesome.
Mm. Yeah, I also do really like kids. I work with I run a kids camp at the skate park. So I work with kids all the time, and I think I'd be a good dad. Like I really like kids a lot. Both my parents are teachers too. So if I could,
Oh
my
yeah, we have
ideal
that in
job would
common.
be
My
with
mom was a
kids.
teacher. I forget
Oh
that.
yeah. What she taught elementary, right? Grade 5, grade 3. What'd she
Yeah,
teach?
she taught
Yeah,
first grade and then she was a
first
principal.
grade.
So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you said that principal. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she would be. Your mom would be the principal, Chris. Oh my God.
I swear to God she would because look, nobody listened to this like too closely. My principal in high school had my mom on speed dial. She was number 8 on her phone in his office. Um,
I know because
because
you have
like
so much confidence. You have your mom as a principal.
yeah.
You know what's up. You know what's up. So you're
Yeah, my
fucking.
teacher had
Oh,
to
I
throw me
know.
and the desk out in the hallway one time because I refused to leave his classroom.
Yeah,
So he picked
I
my
was out
desk
there
up
all the
with me
time.
in it and chunked it in the hall. And
Yep.
I was just I wasn't going to allow teachers to push me around. I kind of told one of my teachers to jump off an overpass one time. Um, yeah, I stayed in trouble.
It's something that I did too, and it's something about the confidence. It's like because your parents are in the system, you gain this level of confidence and awareness that yeah, people can't get away with shit. Plus, my
Yeah,
both my parents would come home and talk shit. So both my parents being in the system, I'd hear all the gossip. So I would not. I'd go
yeah,
to school the next day and know. Even if my parents tried to keep it on the down low, it's like I know all the drama behind the scenes. Like I'm not.
yeah.
uh,
I'm so glad that you and Sinlith met. I've known Logic. Logic, how long have I known you? Like a few years now?
yeah,
2
definitely
years?
like over two. Definitely over two.
Yeah, 2 to 3. And Logic's one of my favorite people. And Sinlith is fucking amazing and one of my favorite humans too. So I'm glad y'all know each other. This is like a family reunion that y'all didn't know y'all needed.
100. No, our first conversation was sick.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been on this app that long, like 2 years. I don't think I'm under 2 years. I'm definitely probably around one, maybe one and a half.
Do you find?
Sat for 84 years.
Oh my God. Do you find yourself where do you usually go, Sinlet? Do you find yourself in like debate lives or where are you at?
I used to. I I got sucked into the abortion space for a really long time just because it's so active.
Interesting. And being a new parent, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, but right now I'm kind of like obsessed with free will. It's just really rare for me to find a good live to talk about free will.
Libertarian free will?
Yeah, that's kind of the position I want to commit to.
I think
You
we
want to
talked
commit
about
to
this a bit.
libertarian free will?
Yep,
I think we talked about this a bit.
we
Yeah.
did.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Why
agree
do
with
you want
you.
to commit to libertarian free will instead of like compatibilism?
Because I think compatibilism is nonsensical.
Can
You're
you tell me
either
why compatibilism is nonsensical?
yeah, because I think it's because what compatibilism just does is it just redefines free will into a meaning that I don't agree with, right?
Yeah.
When I say free will, I mean that you choose your next course
Uh-huh.
of action. But a
Uh-huh.
compatibilist just says, well, look, you didn't have an option. Determinism is true, but because the last site of deliberation was inside of you, the decision was made by you. Just like dancing around
Yeah,
it, you know?
I like the non-committal approach to compatibilism, Sinlith. Don't shit on my cornflakes.
Well, the way I look at compatibilism is I think it's just a word that someone grabbed onto in place of I'm agnostic on it. You know what I mean? Because that's really what you
Yeah.
are. You're probably
And
just
I'm okay with
agnostic.
that because it makes it sound like I have a viewpoint, but really I don't.
Yeah,
Determinism's a weird one because a compatibilist wants to say that somehow we still have this thing called choice in a determinist world, but I just don't see, like you're saying, I feel like they're dancing around semantics there. It's like, well, what would a choice really be? We're chemically choosing, like our chemicals are imposing these choices or these psychological states. I mean, I remember now we had this conversation about people who really overcome the psychological states. Like how would a compatibilist comment on someone who's not at all the norm, a David Goggins who runs his knees into the ground, or a prisoner who overcomes depression and finds enlightenment in isolation, these kinds of things. It's like those don't seem determined because 99% of people don't achieve them. Seems like a
yeah,
very strong overcoming of circumstances through some sort of will, we want to say.
yeah, yeah. But you know what I really do like? I had a friend of mine, um, Chris. You know Court. It was her. Um, my friend Court's. Yeah, my friend Court sent me this really nice, formalized, like logically formalized version of what do you call it? Like theistic fatalism, I think it's called. But essentially, the argument that if God is omniscient, then free will cannot is incompatible, and it's supposed to be just a
Yes.
defeater for theism. But you know, like you can say it, and somebody could like think their way out of it. But because this argument was formalized by premise, if you agree to the premises, you have no choice but to conclude that God doesn't exist or free will doesn't exist. You have to give up one of them. And if free will doesn't exist, then Christian God doesn't exist. You know what I mean?
Well, that's not true. The
Yeah.
Bible doesn't really explicitly state that you're given free will.
Oh, it doesn't.
No. I was
Okay, then.
actually talking to this guy. Oh my god, I'm not. Anyway, I was talking to someone. It doesn't matter who. Um, about it, and he has a master's degree in theology, and he was a Baptist minister, and he was like, one of the things that people don't really realize is the Bible doesn't explicitly spell out free will the way that Christians want it to. And he
Well,
was like, that's something that's actually developed over time through, you know, other means.
my question then is, in what sense can you say that God is just if God creates certain people to then burn them in hell for eternity?
Well, and the Bible doesn't even state that really. And that's another thing that's fucking pissing me off is I don't know. This is where I have all the problems with fucking Christianity, right? And I think you know this. I know Logic knows that I have a lot of problems with Christianity, and like I'm so torn on what I believe. Um, because of some of these things that, like other things have told us and stuff like that. But I don't, that's why I'm a deist, right? Like, I think everybody kind of knows I'm a deist. I'm not a theist. Um, because there's so many fucking problems with it that are really hard to like break down and explain. I have a face mask on and it's making my face feel like it's in plaster of Paris, and now my lips are having problems moving. I don't know why I did this to myself.
Well, yeah. Oh,
I believe in determinism. I don't think I would have freely chosen to do this.
that's funny. Oh, Logic. Remember I was telling you about um how I saw you on some panel and you couldn't remember? I realized that that
Yeah.
wasn't you. I got you confused with another guy that I had met like at the same time as me meeting you, or seeing you for the first time, named Machine Elf. Have you ran into that guy?
Ah, yes,
Oh
I
God.
have. But you were saying it was a presence live?
Yeah, the guy's name who was
Yeah.
the host of that live was Present. Yeah.
Yeah, see,
And
yeah, and I was like, I never go on Presence Live, but I do know Machine Elf, and I've recently run into him. Yes.
yeah. So I got you guys confused. So it wasn't that. And it's funny, Chris, because you were talking to Justin um
I
in the
love Justin.
comments. Well, Justin was on that panel with Present, and they were just like incredibly bad faith gang banging me. Like, and I had a really bad like interaction. Like Justin was like at least trying to like be good faith, but you know how like when you're on a panel, um and like
Get caught up in the
and
bullshit.
yeah, when somebody is stirring the conversation in one way, you just sometimes you get caught in the flow. I think that's what happened, and we just got like into this huge argument about like the nature of logic. And I just remember like I was like, okay, I can't continue with this conversation. And as I was leaving, I remember Present was
Yeah.
saying something like "run away" or something like that. I was like,
President's an asshole sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. Like President and I have had WWF SmackDown before.
but it's like a small world that we all have ran into each other. Like I had no idea that you knew Logic and you know Justin.
Y'all could
You know,
just contribute this to me. Justin's my TikTok husband. Um, he'll tell you that.
oh
Yeah.
no, hold on, Justin. She's not faithful. Okay, have you met Bart?
Look,
I don't need her to be faithful. I just need her to give me the good Chris. The Chris when I get it.
look. Justin
I'm
knows
happy
that
with
like
it.
when Bart comes back to this app, then I'm gonna have to TikTok divorce him because I'm gonna marry Bart again. It's fine.
Oh, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about, man. These
I
hoes
know
ain't
my
loyal.
place. I know my place.
Yeah, these TikTok hoes.
God, these TikTok 304 streetwalkers. Let's be for real.
Yeah.
hmm Yeah, no, I mean, I don't recall us in the conversation when you were up on panel. I have a terrible memory. Um,
I was trying to give them the presence background said something along the lines of like, without God, atheists cannot have morality or something. And I was trying to give them the Randian objectivism formal structure of morality. And they just kept like interrupting me before I was able to lay
mm,
it down and like
mm,
taking me down roads that had nothing to do with the arguments I was trying to say. And then eventually got into a conversation about logic.
hmm
And I was making the argument that um, I can't remember it clearly anymore, but it turned into an argument about logic, and Present was not tracking. You and I were trying to have a good conversation, but he wasn't tracking, and he kept interrupting and steering it into some like really weird place.
I
Uh,
really think this topic is overlooked. Generally, people seem to presuppose what logic is, and without really going into the depths of defining it. And I really do think that it's hard, right? We all come at it from a bit of a different angle, and like using logic to define logic, like it's a bit difficult. So I really enjoy this topic because you can see that whether it's a theist or an atheist, often the conversation goes in that direction.
yeah. Before we get off, Sinless, what was the objectivist argument you were trying to lay down? What was it called?
Ayn
um,
Rand, Randian.
Oh, oh, okay.
yeah, are you familiar with natural law theory?
Yeah, cursory. I have not really done a deep dive into it.
So this is kind of like the natural law theory that Thomas Aquinas does in favor of theism.
Mm,
But the Randian version basically says it makes the observation that all kind of like animated living things,
mm-hmm,
every essentially every action that you observe that they take is towards their like sustenance, like their persistence in the world, right?
mm-hmm,
And they say that basically the way that you ground morality is you derive like almost like an Aristotelian essence. You observe, you do like an inductive observation of the type of things that you're looking at. And the morality is going to be what's consistent with their continued survival. You just kind of implicitly assume that everything is meant to survive because if it didn't have like the will to survive, then it wouldn't exist. It would be a performative contradiction for it to exist and not want to exist, given that it
mm-hmm.
has the ability to stay animated and take actions towards one end or the other.
Yeah.
And then basically the way that the morality works is it says, okay, so humans, when they're by themselves, their means of survival is through the exercise of rationality
Mm-hmm.
rather than, like fur, claws, teeth, instincts. These are things that we don't have that animals do, but we do have rationality. And that's our main means of survival. And then the second observation is that humans must reason autonomously, meaning that I cannot depend on you to do the reasoning for me. Right? You don't know what's in my surroundings. You're not going to be able to do the projections into the future in my place. I have to do my own reasoning so that I can survive. And
Mm-hmm.
so autonomy and survival, and from there you basically end up with what a right is. A right is any action that a human can take that does not infringe on the autonomy of another human being,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. That's the basis for their morality. And see, like I started with a inductive observation of
Mm-hmm.
what a human is and how a human survives, and I chose an axiom to build my morality off of based on that observation without any appeal to any further necessity.
I gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate you putting that out, laying that down for me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
don't
It's
have to
it's
go in
it's a
this.
common.
We don't have to go in this
What's that,
direction, but
Louder?
this is where. Oh, I was just gonna say I'm always tempted to talk about deduction here because I really like everything you outlined there. It's just my path. I've come to other authors like Nassim Taleb who point out the method of deduction and how. Well, I guess again I might be using it like in a proprietary. How do I say that word? I always fuck this word up. Pri what the fuck, dude? How do you say this word?
Proprietary.
Proprietary.
Proprietary. Thank you. Proprietary. Why the hell do I fuck that word up every single time? But yeah, I might be using it in a proprietary way. But deduction. Deduction is like I think another side of logic that isn't really focused on. Everything you said about Randian and the inductive claim there and building the ethics based on and the rights and everything, I loved it. It's all great. But like
What's his name?
the author I reference is Nassim Taleb.
Okay.
Last name spelled Taleb. But yeah, deduction seems to be what the focus of a lot of these arguments come around. Because like um, you could sympathize with people who would object with Randian objective morals, right? Sinlith?
But that's with people who what?
Object to Randian morality.
Yeah, I have no problem if you object to the morality. That's fine.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And so that's where from like a Christian standpoint perhaps it's unsatisfying or like you right like they're trying to get to some sort of objective standard of morality or like and I know that you claim to have just done that through the Randian approach, but that's what I'm trying to ask you if whether or not you recognize the sympathy to the objection. It's like there seems to be something more to logic, this other
Whoop. Think you got a call.
oops, my battery's almost dead, but I'll plug in here. You guys take it from there if you have any questions or take it in your own direction if you want. I rambled a bit, but
Yeah, so the interesting thing here is there's just so many directions this conversation could go right now. But the interesting thing here is that like I think I think another thing that kind of people are going to disagree with is like what it means for something to be objective. Because um, I take objective to just mean that it refers to something external to me and is not dependent on like my attitude towards it, like an attitude or opinion. But you know, like Justin, if you and I are both looking at um, a rose, and let's say the rose is red for you, but let's say I'm colorblind and the rose appears brown to me. Um, like in some sense, for me to say this rose is brown, like would you say that that statement is objective or subjective? And for you to say that it's red?
The color?
Yeah, yeah.
Uh, well, I mean, the I would say it's objective that it's brown.
But it's brown or red because you and I are both experiencing it differently. I'm like wired a little bit different than you, right? Do you think it's so when we say a statement
No.
like this rose is brown? Because this is what I'm
Mhm.
trying to say is that the rose is probably not brown or red because when we say those words, we're referring to like whatever the rose, whatever properties the rose has external to us. We perceive them in a specific way, but that perception is not dependent on some type of like conceptual belief system, right? That is just raw phenomenal experience. And I don't know if phenomenal experience is the type of thing that we would say is subjective because there was no
Right. That's why I said
volitional.
yeah. That's why I said subjective.
Yeah. Well, wait, you said subjective or object? I'm lost
Objective.
again. Yeah, yeah,
Objective.
objective. And so that's and in that sense, if we can agree that our experience of this rose, given that it isn't dependent on any previous belief system, it is what it is, and that is objective, then I think that it's also possible for to have two conflicting views on morality, but the conditions which like differentiate some action as right or wrong may be completely different for you and me, but are still independent of our attitude towards it. You know, the way that we arrive to that conclusion.
Well, yeah, that's why like unfortunately morality is one of those things that's it's it's like it is the entire structure that everything else sits within. So, where we can talk about like a phenomenal world, um, and whether or not like the the mouse sound I say is brown and the mouse sound you say is red, we both are can assume the qualia is equivalent, even if the mouth sound is not equivalent, right? That there is something we're receiving visually, whether or not it's filled with, a certain spectrum of like understanding the way that we understand it or not, we're both agreeing that there's something there, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But with the perception of the rose, what I'm trying to highlight
Mhm.
is that I am colorblind. So I
Right.
like when I see the visual spectrum, I have all the same availabilities as you, but I do not have red. Red to me appears brown, and
That
brown
doesn't
to me
matter
appears brown.
because
Oh, okay, okay.
that's not what we're tracking when we're talking about a thing. We're not talking about our mouth sounds uh, perfect. What because we're not making ontological commitments. We're only making phenomenal commitments, right? So in that regard, we can both say that because when we're using words to describe a phenomena, we're not using our own proprietary understanding of color. We're using the color that we understand, that we presuppose other people also understand the qualia of what the mouse sound is indicating. We're presupposing that when I'm describing qualia, you also have qualia coming from the same thing. That's all we're saying. And that's what makes it objective.
Interesting. So let me ask you this: have you ever read anything from the philosopher Quine?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of one of his books. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So is it the one where he talks about the field linguist? Have you seen that one?
Mm-mm.
So Quine has this theory he calls ontological relativism. And it
Hmm.
essentially says that whenever we talk about anything and we say that something is true, for example, it's not true in virtue of just the definition of the word or the meaning of the sentence, but it's always in reference to your entire worldview. And so whenever any one of us communicate, what we're doing is we're actually mapping how we perceive existence to our own internal worldview in a way that allows us to functionally and pragmatically interact with another person. And the example that he gave is he was like, imagine a linguist, a guy whose job is to decipher the language of other cultures. And he gets dropped on an island and parachutes down to this society that has never interacted with the external world, right? And his job is to try to decipher what their words mean and how they speak. Now imagine they're sitting in a field and a rabbit runs by. And one of the islanders points to it and says, Gavaji, Gavaji. And this guy's like, Gavaji must mean rabbit, right? Not so fast. Gavaji might mean, that's my son's pet. The Gavaji might mean, there it goes, right? But it actually doesn't even stop there because Gavaji might mean, um, like, this thing is continuous. Right? This thing persists. Gavaji might also mean this is a time slice. Like you don't know if these people even interpret reality the same way as you. They might think there's no such thing as a persistence condition, and every single time something moves, it has obtained a new identity. Like the universe
Red,
ceases to exist and returns to existence every second.
red is a really, like, colors of things are a really easy example of that because they are obviously changing, right? With every moment of light, every moment they are a different color. In the dark, they're obviously not the same color as in the light. So it's a pretty good example of what you're saying there.
Yeah, but what Quine says is that in this field linguist example, it's actually the reality is it will ultimately be impossible for him to get a fully accurate one-to-one representation of what this culture means whenever they make like mouth sounds. But that doesn't matter because as long as he can get some degree of mapping so that if he wants to have rabbit for dinner and he can formalize using their words and communicate the message that he wants gavaji on a plate cooked, then pragmatically that's all that matters. And that's what actually happens in all of our lives on a smaller scale. That all of us have these
Right.
unique worldviews and we conform to one another when we communicate. So it's not like there's an objective standard, it is a pragmatic standard.
See, that's why I'm saying. So when it comes to morality, morality gives rise to the reason why that's the case. Morality cannot be one of those things. Morality has to be the thing that is the same across all people. Morality is the thing. Morality is the thing that makes us human.
Uh, I don't think I agree with that, Justin. I love you, but I don't think I
No.
completely agree with that.
Yeah, we couldn't even form sentences without morality. We couldn't even thing that makes the pressure inside of us to even make value based judgments on our own internal mental processes.
Justin, do you just out of curiosity, when you use the word morality, what
Hmm.
what are you referring to?
Moral intuition, like our intuition, is completely shaped through first by moral.
Hmm.
Yeah, but what does moral in this world? So for example, if I was to make a judgment, like let's just say hypothetically speaking, right? Um,
Hmm.
Chris is a habitual liar,
Hmm.
therefore you ought to not take what she says seriously, right? I
Hmm.
just gave you a normative statement of what you ought to do. Was that a moral?
It was, yeah. I mean, it was under the category of morality, yeah. But
Oh, okay.
but moral intuition is more so because moral philosophy is under value theory. So when we evaluate, we're using our moral intuition to even like that's what it gives the normative uh, pressure or weight to even the deduction system that we use in our mental, like in our minds, is the moral weight to value. And so when we feel moral weight, it gives the pressure for everything else that we then do with our consciousness. So we are morality.
Yeah,
Like
I mean, that's really interesting.
As Homo sapiens, that's the one thing that we have evolved to do is make valuative statements across that are mapped across the ultimate backdrop of reality. There's this field
Do you think that
where we can hierarchically
do you think that normative
place our
statements that we make
values.
about sorry,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I can't. I think I might be lagging, or it might be
Yeah, sorry
you.
about
I don't
that. But
know.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, but um, well, my question was, okay, if I if you have a human that lives alone on an island, um, can any of are any of these humans' actions moral?
Uh, well, so for me, there's moral actions are moral. People are moral regardless of whether or not they can account for their morality. Um, to be human is to be moral. It's not a question of do people act like even if someone is a narcissist, a sociopath, and cannot connect with like normative human emotions or empathy, they still have morality because morality is simply value statements against ultimate reality. Think of it like you're a baseball pitcher, right? Well, you first need a catcher to even have a target. Then you need a feedback loop that is the umpire and the batter that's going to either call it a ball or they're going to hit it to a place you don't want them to hit it. So you as the pitcher just pitching into the open air is not you're not doing the game of baseball. You're not actually doing the thing of being a pitcher. You need the catcher, you need the batter, you need the umpire. In the same way when we make evaluative statements, we need a backdrop, a target, and we need a response that tells us the feedback, right? That is God in my worldview. That's what God does. We need a God that can communicate back to us to tell us. This is why the Bible's so convinced that everyone already believes in God. They just deny it, suppress it. Because everything you do is moral evaluation, even internally, before you even speak. You need a backdrop to target. Without a target, morality is incoherent. And if it's just in your head, well, then everything if say you were you did the Olympic like you were a sharpshooter, and there was no backdrop, there was no target. Everywhere you'd aim would be correct. There would be no game. There'd be nothing of an activity being done because every place if you're just imagining the target in your head, you're not like gone and placed a target in the field. It's just in your head. If the target's just in your head, then everywhere you aim is going to be correct by default. So that wouldn't really be what is the game. The game is when the target is external to you. That's what morality requires, is an external target, and then you need a feedback loop. So then you need something to tell you, and only if that backdrop could communicate to you, could you get that feedback loop that's required for the game of morality to even make sense. So we all require a backdrop that can communicate. This is why atheism is incoherent to me.
That's interesting because I was having an incredibly hard time tracking what you were saying, but it seems like first of all, I want to point out that you and I use um, refer to very different things with morality. I would say that a
Yeah.
lot of yeah, like so because I would say that value judgments, right? Like if me valuing um, I don't know, vanilla ice cream over chocolate ice cream, I would say that has nothing to do with morality, but you would, right? Do you think all value judgments are belong in the moral realm?
I don't mean that all value judgments. So, okay, when it comes to moral philosophy, that's a subcategory under value theory, right? So, you first have to get to what builds the pressure of moral intuition, and that's more of a meta-ethical conversation. Like when you get to axiology, when you're just looking at axiology, it very quickly gets into meta ethics because even the fact of valuing, even coming to form values, requires a structure by which you understand value, like ice cream. And then from the way that you structure value, then it bleeds over to moral philosophy, right? But you're still
Hmm.
using, but across value and across moral philosophy, you're using moral intuition across the entire spectrum. So to speak about one from a meta-ethical perspective is to speak about the other, right? So, um, of course, there's no normativity behind ice cream because it's just value. It's not. It's not a. We would not consider ice cream something that um, extends. It's something that's truly like in the subjective realm, right? Because it is not. It's not breach that realm of like what you ought to do in virtue of some uh, intersubjective sphere. There's no intersubjectivity required for ice cream. Like we don't have to align mentally between you and me for me to enjoy my favorite ice cream. But once like we want to say, well, what's the best math system to use? That requires intersubjective agreement, and
The best math system?
that's
Is that
where
what you said?
normativity extends from internally to externally.
Did you say best math system?
Yeah, like what's the best system? What's the axioms we should use for numbers?
Oh, okay,
Right.
okay, okay. I got you.
But like with ice cream, that's still a normative thing because ultimately the idea is every time you go to make a value judgment or a every time you go to have a thought, what sentence, what words, how should I make what inflection in my voice should I use when I make this sentence or what thought should I be thinking right now, right? Those are all normative statements, but they wouldn't really be in moral philosophy. They would just be normative,
Yeah. No,
even
no,
though it requires no intersubjectivity for you to process that.
yeah. Yeah, so I guess like just to wrap it up because I don't want to like hog Logic's live. Um but the
No, no,
I,
no pressure, no pressure at all.
yeah, so well, Justin, would you agree that in principle I could accomplish the same exact thing that um that the same role that God serves that you just described for like the grounding and providing the grounding for morality, providing the targets, metaphorically speaking, right? I could accomplish the same exact thing with like an alternative useful fiction, for example. Would you agree with that?
No, no, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm saying it's like when in Karate Kid where Mr. Miyagi taught him like wax on, wax off. He taught him all these house chores, and then it was revealed to him later that he was actually being taught martial arts. He didn't realize it though.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you ought to even have this conversation. You already believe in God. It's required for you to even form thoughts. And you just are suppressing it and using other mouth sounds to describe this experience you're having of engaging with God. Because remember, there's a singular concept that you have willingly submitted that you are um, a part of, and it's not a part of you.
But
There's an
that
external
lacks
world. There's a
epistemic
singular concept
humility.
of the
Like,
external world that you have.
That's an
Re-
example of lacking
Regardless of what it
understanding.
is, you have a singular concept of the external world, and you submit yourself volitionally to it. That means that you've now extended the
So it's just
loyalty that you
ignoring
have
the
to
objection.
yourself. You've extended the loyalty you have to yourself to this singular concept. And oh, sorry, I gotta take this call, guys. I
Yeah,
gotta
no
take.
worries.
I'll
No
be back
loss,
in.
dude. You're giving us a lecture. You can pick that up at any time. That's nothing at all. The assumption that his perspective must be equal to that of a god because there's a dictionary that was built on that assumption, and that equates his perspective, and so you already believe in a god because it's you speaking. Like, okay, I got a good joke for that. That'll pretty much eliminate it. Um, a An alien, a robot, a time traveler, and God walk into a bar, and it's New York City. It's raining outside, so they're in for shelter. They sit at the bar and I'm jabbing about, the weather. And the bartender says, "What can I get you?" And they look around each other confused and, oh yeah, this is a commercial establishment. We should order something, right? So the alien wants the ammonia that the guy is wiping up the bar with. The robot just needs any kind of oil. The time traveler asks for a glass of plain water, and God doesn't want anything. Fine. So they keep jabbing away, and the rain stops. And they're about to walk out. And the bartender goes, "Well, who's selling the bill?" And the time traveler goes, "Oh yeah, money. Okay, just a second." Picks out a big book with next year's date on it and this year's date on it. He flips through it and he goes, "Okay. Like a big typhoon is going to hit Japan in 3 days, and rice futures are going to go through the roof, right? Like that tip is probably worth, whatever you've got, 10x it by buying rice options. We good? Does that settle the bill?" The bartender goes, well, yeah, it would. He said, if I could be sure you were, what you seem to be. He says, "How do I know that you're not just a kid in a costume?" He says, pointing at the alien. "How do I know that you're not being controlled by a kid with a remote somewhere?" Pointing at the robot. "And how do I know that, anyone can print up a book like that in a joke shop?" And he turns to God, "And you, especially you, how do I know you or what you seem to be?" And the other three going, "Oh, well, yeah, he's got a point, right? We can't really prove this." And God turns to him and furrows his eyebrows and says, "Who's telling this joke anyway?" And
Track that.
that's an adequate answer to his whole speech, right? He's telling a story that includes God. Therefore, your suspension of disbelief is required. Therefore, you have to believe in God for the joke to work. Therefore, if you challenge that, you're not in the reality of the joke. Like that's all there is to it. There is literally no other answer you have to give to theists other than that joke. They've been telling a story that includes God. That's it. They could just as easily have told a story about time travelers, aliens, and robots, right? They would have had roughly the same powers, right? We can't really tell them apart. If someone predicts the future, that could be a time traveler. If someone has cognition we don't have, that could be an alien. If somebody has super fast processing and predictive power, that could be a robot. Like, we don't know. There's no
That's
way.
interesting.
There's absolutely no way, no conceivable way in principle to tell divinity apart from those phenomena. Time traveler, cyclic time, right? It could be the Buddha could be there beside God too, having looped around in time to the present, right? Because time is cyclic in Buddhism. So there's various other characters you can add to this in a non-Western context, but you're still making the same joke, which is any story that included God at the beginning is going to have some resolution for God at the end. That is all there is to it, and it's the only thing there is to it. And that joke itself is the answer to this whole question. If you're laughing at the joke, you have epistemic humility. If you don't understand the joke yet, you don't. So, in my view, that's all we need to do to make ourselves into agnostics, which is to say, not only do we not argue, we don't care about the existence of a divinity, we also don't argue it because it's an undefinable concept. We know we're speaking in a language which has been prejudiced by generations of believers. Try to convince a gorilla what God is and that God's not a gorilla. Go ahead. We can talk to them. They can have vocabularies. They can do math, right? We can have conversations with gorillas. Enjoy converting one to, anything Abrahamic, for instance. Like, it's laughable to think of it. You might make them a Buddhist because Buddhism is kind of agnostic. They don't even care if Buddha was a real person. History doesn't matter. The idea that you should behave in moderation because you don't know is epistemic humility itself. So that guy's whole speech, like, it was seriously like, somebody said it was Jordan Peterson, and I think it was. That's Jordan Peterson saying we have no epistemic choice. We've got to live in this world of monotheism. The monotheistic integral has to be solved by us, each in our heads, in our own way. We've got to have a conception of God to proceed. No, we just need a conception of ourselves. We don't have to equate that with some big organizing thing. We can take a best next step and wait and see what we were wrong about. We can be hesitant. We can be humility. We can be kind. We don't have to be self-certain. So, I think the answer to the question is just, yeah, epistemic humility is necessary, and it's embedded in Eastern religions at least. So the Western religions are the ones that have to bend and break. Look what happens when you try to practice Western religions to their literal max, like Zionism, Nazism, Crusades. Are these how we want to behave in the world? There's an instinctual no to that, right? But we can't really say why. So I can give a more technical answer, but that's the sociological answer most people need. That they should say no to hate churches on the grounds that you're telling me these people are Amalek and should be destroyed, and these people are heretics and should be destroyed, and these people are
Sorry, I had a
Kafirs and
phone call. Can you guys hear me?
all that.
Yeah, I can hear you, Russell.
So that's all I had to say about that actual
Hubla,
topic.
dude, I appreciate your joke and your lengthy response. For genuinely, I actually do appreciate it. You said so much good. There's some I'd push back on there as well. I'm just in the middle of doing dishes, so I want to give Russell a chance. I'm sure he's
Yeah.
eager to push back too. If you want to
The
stick around and hear some
pushback
pushback.
is great. Like I'm
Okay, sick.
happy to hear that.
Yeah.
It always helps
Well,
refine the argument, right?
I like the epistemic humility. I do. But you did make a hard claim that you said that it's impossible. I don't know if you used the word impossible, but you made it seem like as if nobody can know any of these truths.
Yeah, I did actually, and I would say that claim is rooted obviously in what we understand about our senses and math. Like it could well be that an AI could arise tomorrow telling us it's figured this stuff out, and it might convince us all. But then how would we know that it knew it or how it knew it? We wouldn't be in a good position to assess it.
So
So
you're not. Are you making the hard claim that it's impossible to know ever?
I'm going to use that as a soft nobody in that I would not think that anyone that exists in the world today could construct a convincing claim that would convince every educated person that they had an out here that they could prove that they could, for instance, tell apart a time traveler, an alien, a robot, or from God, right? Meaning it's an untestable principle. If
So in
I
order for
could,
you to accept something, it has to convince everybody.
no, I just sort of said the convincing field is like, let's say, scholars, people that actually want to have the time to pay attention to this. You can convince the ordinary public of almost anything because if it's in their interests, right? But you can't necessarily convince people who argue for a living and have the luxury to do that. So
Did
I
you
don't know
see
what the
that?
test is for that. See, that's the other problem is how do we know, like, I'm using when I say soft nobody, I'm not saying it can't there couldn't be something arising that could claim that and convince everyone in the world that I'm wrong. But that would still kind of still be just another soft nobody. Then nobody would believe the opposite except me, right? I could be
See,
outside of a soft nobody.
but here's my pushback a little bit because you're criticizing the theists, saying, "Oh, they're making these assumptions, they're making these hard claims about knowledge and all this, right?"
Yeah.
But then you turn around and you do the same exact thing. It's the irony of it that I find amusing.
Well, I made exactly one hard claim that a certain thing was in the space of unknowability. Yeah, you're right. But that's better than the tens of thousands of hard claims that these people make. So it's at least satisfying Occam's razor that I'm making fewer hard claims than they are. So that's why it's a soft nobody, right? Like I can't, because of the epistic humility, I can't actually say that a future, somebody couldn't arise and convince. Like you could have robot Jesus show up and convince everybody that they've got a right path to divinity, right? Some people would think that was Jesus. Other people would think that was a super AI God. Other people would think it was from the future. Other people would think it was a collective sum of knowledge of all of humanity played for good. Who knows? But they could have their beliefs about it, or their conclusion about it is not really going to satisfy the definition of proof we use in the logic or mathematical world, which is we want to see a kind of inference from it, from testable principles that are, something that we acknowledge is at least convincing every observer. So the real problem with that is, of course, it's every human observer. That's one problem. And another problem is over time. Like a lot of science consists of claims that are very hard to verify. Like Einstein's claims about gravity were only verifiable 100 years later, that when they could do
But
the
are
test.
you looking? Are you looking for like? Are you? I get the vibe that most atheists, when they talk about proofs, they talk about like epistemic. They don't talk about epistemic. They talk about empirical proof or like physical proof. That's what you're like referring to, right?
No, first of all, atheists are a bit different because an atheist is actually making a positive claim. Think of it this way. Imagine a scale, right? Just a simple numerical scale.
Hmm.
A polytheist believes in, I don't know, 35 gods, right? And a monotheist believes in one.
Yeah.
An atheist believes in zero. But an agnostic has a nil, right? A nil means nobody has tested this, nobody can prove this, nobody has come to me to fill in a positive one or a positive zero. It's a nil, it's an unfilled field, right? That's what an agnostic is. And I'm saying that there's something back even from that, was there's an agnostic. And an agnostic says the whole idea that you can put a slot there with God in it as a testable slot, you shouldn't even be trying to think that, because for maybe the reason that the last speaker was talking about, that as soon as you do that, you have assumed that it's a concept in the world. So to an agnostic, there's a null, not a nil, a null. And a null is different than a nil. A nil means it hasn't been tested. A null means nobody even has a test. It's not a
Yeah.
it's
No,
not
I
a
think I think you,
concept.
I think you're just disguising your epistemic humility with it really isn't epistemic humility. I think you're the opposite of epistemic humility.
No, I'm
Uh,
describing what the positions are, and you, as a theist, believe what the last guy believes, which is that language gives you the power to define yourself as a proxy for God and an agent of God, which helps you feel good, but in fact, it demonstrably does a lot of evil in the world.
no, no, no. That's not. You don't even know what I believe. So I mean, I have
Oh no,
nothing.
it's fairly obvious, right? You just
Yeah.
equated agnostics with agnostics, even though they're making a radically weaker claim, right? My claim is actually stronger than a typical agnostic claim. A typical agnostic isn't here, right? He's not talking to you.
You're agnostic, right?
Yeah, like I'm back off of that, but I'm telling you why I am, and it's
Yeah, and
basically.
I'm telling you that you think that you're coming from an epistemic humility approach, but I think you're the opposite of it.
But
You're
epistemic
very
humility
arrogant
might
in your
epistemic
approach.
humility might demand one hard conclusion rather than 10,000 hard
No,
conclusions,
that's
which
what
would
I'm saying.
require
I'm
for
pushing back.
theists.
I think what you are thinking is humility is arrogance, actually.
Well, I guess the perfectly epistemic humility person is literally not here explaining this, right? That's like the Buddha saying he wasn't going to teach because words were just going to confuse things. I can agree with that, so here I am confusing things. So in that sense, you're right. But I can drop tomorrow I could drop right now, and it's of no concern to me whether the whatever 10 people listening go off and pursue humility or not. I'm not pushing it. I'm not trying to assert it. I'm just telling you that I believe at present that there's nobody who can make this, who can go any further down that road of proof to distinguish
I
these
just
different characters
I just
making
think
different
anybody
claims.
that tries to make a hard claim needs to give some kind of an argument or some kind of a
I
defense.
just I just
But
did, and you
I
weren't
don't
here.
think you did. Give me the okay. Break it down for me, because
No, I
I
just
saw
did,
your
and you weren't
argument
here.
more than no. I just saw it as a restatement of your claim, right?
No,
Break it down
I
for me.
did this before you arrived, so you just missed it. I'm going to
Okay.
prove I'm going to prove that I have epistemic humility right now, because I'm going to prove that I have no interest whatsoever in convincing you of my claim, and it's perfectly fine with me if you disagree with it. And I will prove that by disconnecting. Goodbye.
All right. I'm gonna take off too. See you later.
I have no idea what just happened. I was kind of zoned out, but that felt weird.
That was a abrupt ending to actually a decent little conversation and pushback there. It was an interesting juxtaposition of personalities. I know both of them, and yeah, I appreciate both of your, I guess attempts there at conversating. It wasn't horrible. It was okay. It's all good that you guys ended it too. That's sick. What's up today, Pi? I'm just finished off my dishes here, so I'll be back in a second. But you guys take the conversation wherever you want. That was weirdly abrupt, eh? That was
It was
hilarious.
actually a really fun exchange. I enjoyed it. It was funny.
Yeah, like if you know Rasul and you know the other guy, it's interesting. That was interesting.
I've seen the other guy around, but I've never really listened to him speak, but I know Rasul.
I think he demonstrated epistemic humility. I think he did just fine. He was totally demonstrating. He was
I'm not
doing
gonna
good, but
lie.
Rasul also pushed back good.
At the end of that conversation, all I could think was, "Are you not entertained?"
Fun to listen to. I don't give a shit either way, and I guess that's my epistemic humility. It was just a fun conversation to listen to. It was humorous.
I've seen Russell around. I've never actually talked one on one with him. But it's my understanding that his argument for God is essentially tag.
Yeah, I'll let him speak for myself. Speak for himself. He says it's not tag, but it's taken from tag. I personally think it's tag, but I'll let Russell speak for himself.
It is tag. Don't be delusional.
I'm not being delusional. I just don't like to speak for people. If he wants to present a discernible difference between what he does and tag, then I'll allow him to do that.
If I hear tag, the
My take
transcendental
is that it
argument for
is tag.
God, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Pie's fixing to make me crash out, so Sinlith, it is tag.
Yeah, Sinleth, you're in mostly like, are you in like the abortion spaces a lot, or?
Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time in the abortion spaces, but I've kind of like um I feel a little bit saturated on that. Like the people that I can convince of my position, I've already convinced, and the people that I can't convince are just like fundamentally have a different worldview than mine.
Yeah.
And I'm not interested in pretty much all of them are Christian. And I'm not interested in like shaking a Christian out of Christianity is not really something I'm interested in. So,
Yeah.
so yeah, I've moved on to free will. So I've been kind of like floating around and finding people who talk about determinism because I affirm libertarian free will.
Okay.
But yeah, I used to hang out a lot in the theism. Like before I did abortion, I used to do theism debates, and I actually I'm sure you know AR, right?
Yeah,
Y- y-
that's more of the spaces that I'm in, is those spaces. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be in AR space like about a year ago. Me and him used to just like at the time AR was really good at like the like knowledge of like the contents of the Bible and like the history of the authors and stuff like that. And I was more so doing like the philosophical and scientific legwork. But it's my understanding that AR has like closed the gap on all of them now, so he can like go off of anything. And I don't really. I also know that there's like this other group, like the super analytical philosophical guys, like Monkey Boy, Jack Angstrich, like all those guys. I've never really um, hung out with them. All of them kind of like. Uh, I think that when they moved from Discord to TikTok, that was when I had started abortion because I spent like a year in abortion. But I've listened to their lives, like they're very impressive, way better than any peak I reached.
Had to dry my hands to say my piece on that. I appreciate analytic philosophy and symbolic logic so much, but and I would concede that that general group surpasses my knowledge, uh, most likely. when it comes to analytic philosophy, perhaps. But in terms of, again, epistemic humility and applying these conversations in a way that are enjoyable, not, and well, if it's for an entertainment factor, then again, I'll concede kudos to you, right? If that's what you're going for. But when I view these methods, even analytically, I do kind of like to pride myself on, a method of empathy and steel manning my opposition and having hospitality. I think, you know, modern philosophy should come with these sort of aesthetic qualities, and it's a dropped ball no matter how analytically informed you are or academically inclined you are when you I don't know. I don't even know really how to characterize it. Just leaves sometimes a
No,
bad taste in my mouth.
yeah, I know what you're saying. I think it's important to, and I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm just saying like this is just my take. The discipline and the conveyor of the discipline are very, like two very different things. Because there's you go on you you know if you get into actually like just paying attention to people like that are analytical philosophers
All right,
um
I'll be the cunt and I'll
that
say
aren't
it.
in the debate space, like there's plenty of them that are like really really humble,
Hmm.
that aren't in like the competitive debate space. So that's all I'll say. It's like there's going to be a
I'll,
difference between the discipline and
mhm.
like maybe people that are just out to like use the discipline to a specific end, right?
I'll be the cunt. I'll say it. While they are highly, highly intelligent and well informed on certain subjects, their delivery method is less than a troglodyte knuckle dragger on occasion. And instead
Yeah,
of
yeah.
educating people, they turn people away because when they become these pompous, arrogant
Mhm.
pricks, people turn their ears off and stop listening. You're welcome.
Yeah, yeah, no, I get it. I mean, like, recently I've noticed people are having some conversations about aesthetics, right?
Right.
And they might be people that maybe don't necessarily have a background in aesthetics the way I do. And I could easily be a fucking total dick about it and be like, well, you're not using this right, you're not using this right, you're not using this right. But it's like, I don't even know what that accomplishes. Like, other than like
Other than feeding your
me
fucking
being Michael
ego.
Jordan and them being like like a 10-year-old on the court. Like,
Well, it feeds the ego, right? And I think that, so I think you'll probably remember when Monkey and Boy and I got in a fight like a year ago, and he got fucking pissed because one of my moderators, who is also very philosophically inclined, decided that Monkey Boy was acting like an ass and kicked him out of my box. And I agreed with it because he was. He was acting like an arrogant pompous jackass. Um, but, and I think that they don't realize, a lot of people on this app don't realize, I'm guilty of it occasionally too, when it's something that I know that I'm correct about, at least in my own mind, where my ego overpowers my intelligence. And instead of handling things in such a way that attracts people to me and to my knowledge, my ego blows up
mhm.
and overpowers that part of me that would attract. And instead of attract, it repels.
Yeah. Do you have I'm curious, can you physically feel that when that's happening? Can you sense that like physically?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, my
Yeah.
muscles tense. Yeah,
Mhm.
there's a switch that happens.
It's
And
interesting because
it's
you can be in this state of meta where you know that's happening. But it's like that's happening, but you still
yeah,
can't stop it. You're like,
exactly. And
I'm being a
Logic and I were
dick right
talking about
now, and
this
I
earlier.
cannot stop the train.
Right. I mean, were you in here when Logic and I were talking about that earlier? So when it's people like you or Logic or Sinlith, even Bear or Bart, I have, or, Breezy, I have enough respect for you, that when I feel myself drawing off of that, and I enjoy the conversations with y'all enough that I will use and exert the effort it takes to rein that side of me back in. But if it's someone that I'm just in a battle of wits with and I clearly feel that they're unarmed in that area, I can't pull it back. Does that make sense?
Well, it's slightly they're imposing that on you. I mean, they're backing you into a corner conversationally. I think it's a skill to get people, especially on a controversial topic, to get people off their heels. Like to even get them to open up or consider a different point of view. It's like on a controversial space, you almost need to be skilled at, you need to be this like therapist to let people really trust you. Like the reason you might feel that way about me is because I'm never trying to back you into a wall. I'm not trying to get any W's on you or make you feel like, so you don't really have to feel protective like in that way conversationally.
Right. And it's the people who come with a genuine hunger for knowledge or information or genuinely want to possibly have their mind changed and want to understand deeper and opposing perspectives, that I absolutely will exert the effort to rein that side of me back in. But there are some people that I don't feel like deserve that effort. They don't have that compassion. They don't have the thirst for knowledge. They want to be right. And their arrogance infuriates me.
Oh, pardon me. I unmuted to cough there. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I
I
think
wanted
that if
I
you,
wanted
oh,
to say
sorry,
really quickly,
please.
Paigino, don't be sorry. I wanted to comment on what you said though. Do you think that there's a term such as meta aesthetics? Because you were about to comment on aesthetics and then you backed off and said, basically, from an aesthetic point, what's the point of commenting? So you made an aesthetic judgment. It's interesting. It made me think of this as like you're kind of doing meta aesthetics.
Probably. um, yeah, I think like um, one of the things is like if you say you're like super into this discipline and you wanna like convey it in respect to how that discipline is conducted within the discipline, meaning using the vernacular, using the like current understandings in the current literature, blah blah blah. But then you also just want, but you're opening up a conversation for people that are not in that field. It just gets to a point where it's like I don't understand why you're forcing that that role set on people that you are very well knowing like are not privy to the quote unquote rule set, like just go have a conversation with people that will frustrate you less, that know the terms. That way it doesn't have to be calling people a dumbass the whole time, like or
Yeah,
get rid of the vernacular and get rid of the facade and just talk about the content to the best of your ability, right? you know like
absolutely. Absolutely. But I think this is very interesting to me because you're putting forward these ideas in such a way that is both aesthetically, like I guess pleasing, like aesthetically non-controversial at the very least, and epistemically humble. And that's what I find so interesting about it's like I don't know, like are you making an aesthetic judgment with these rationalizations? Like it seems to be somewhat of a artist's standpoint to be a good teacher versus a bad teacher.
So I don't know if you guys kind of hang out other debate spaces, but do you guys know who Kojo is? Have you heard that name before?
Yeah, Kay. They
No,
all
I
know who
don't.
Kay is.
I actually don't.
Oh, it's
Y'all
Wait,
don't
K.
oh
know
wait, it's
Kay?
just K.
Yeah, I know K. Yeah.
Upside down K. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know who that is. I didn't know it by Kojo, but
Yeah.
yeah, is he?
Yeah.
He's like he argues like from like, is he like argues from Thomism a lot, and like he's like into like the like yeah, I think he's like a Thomist Catholic.
he, he,
Pro
he,
life.
he yeah, he's a Thomist, but
Yeah.
it was your conversation just now about like your observations about like those analytic philosophy little click um was made me think about Kay because Kay is like he's incredibly he's incredibly intelligent. I can't take that away from him, but his style of argumentation typically revolves around kind of bullying people who don't have the same like vernacular as him, cannot track his words, and maybe don't have like as good debate tactics, like when it comes to getting rhetorical and like making your opponent flustered and lost and things like that. But what's really interesting is he had a formal debate this weekend. Do you guys know Divinity?
I
Liam?
know, Liam. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. He, I think it's probably been a while since he lost the debate, but Kay lost the debate to Liam.
I
And
listened
like,
to some of it, yeah.
oh, you did? Yeah. So, I mean, like, granted, the debate was like incredibly goofy, because it was just pretty much rhetorical the whole time. But the reason I say he lost the debate is because the vote went to Liam's favor, and it was on a pro-lifers. Like, Kay's best friend was hosting the live, so you would expect Kay to have an advantage, but Liam still won the popular vote. So I just think it's kind of like interesting to see like when people's egos get a little shaken.
It
Um,
was all rhetorical. It was ego versus ego, and yeah, Liam does
yeah.
tend to win those battles. Ah,
I also
it.
do think.
Yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry, you go, Logic.
No, no, you go.
I also do think there are cases sometimes where people bring that like welcoming of the leverage of power over them, right? When they come into spaces and they start trying to be half in and half out and use the terms, and then they're also really arrogant. Then in those cases, I'm like, okay, yield the vernacular and crush them. You know, if
Yeah, I
we're
agree.
if they're gonna be arrogant and they're gonna act
100%.
like they're in that space, like, but yet not know any of it, then maybe that perhaps they do deserve to be crushed by it at times. But like,
And when that can
you
be
know,
done also with grace. Oh,
yeah,
what
and
a
that can be
wound
done with
it
grace.
leaves.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And I also like I'm not really a big fan on people who take agnostic positions on like specific questions that will make or break their argument. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's very disingenuous to just like claim that you're agnostic on something.
It's a I mean, if
Now
I
we're
was
back over here to discussing my compatibilism. Wonderful.
oh God,
D-
it is that. If I was locked in a cell and someone asked me, "Is it raining outside?" I would have to be agnostic on it. And but are you saying agnostic or agnostic?
what does agnostic mean? Is that the claim that it's
Like,
unintelligible?
yeah, that the term God's like totally not even a like when I say is it raining outside, rain is still an intelligible term. It's either raining or it isn't. Whereas, yeah, with God, it's not a falsifiable term, I suppose.
Yeah, because it's like ambiguous and like incoherent because it has like all these like disparate reference, you know.
The only way again, and Sinlith and I got into this a little bit. I just see that again aesthetically, the deductive method does seem to embody this like unfalsifiable axiom. We have to embody some self-evident assumption, something like that. So if it ain't God, it's something else. I don't know. Seems like the aesthetics of the term God come with some people would call baggage, but I would say comes with all of the moral virtues. Like seems like the culture of Christianity brings along with it all of its historical baggage, but juxtaposed against that is all the beauty in art, especially, right? Not just Christianity, but the Abrahamic religions and culture in general, just sort of like appreciating it from that anthropomorphic side of things a little more, I suppose. But again, logic and reason and science does seem to have this like if we're going to claim falsifiability and epistemic humility is important, then from my biased perspective, that seems similar to like a Christian value. It seems something like a term like God, this term that's like undefinable and like like forever present, but forever a mystery. It's like a spiritual idea. It's like the spirit of science seems to be related to the spirit of Christianity in a lot of ways, or maybe inseparably. But I get a lot of pushback for that.
Um, do you think that there's a problem when people try to use deduction to make conclusions about events that haven't happened yet? In the sense that, well, I guess if determinism is true, there isn't a problem. But like, there's like this classic example. I think it was like an Aristotelian writing where he was talking about like somebody was saying like, either there will be some naval battle tomorrow or there won't be some naval battle tomorrow. Like if the answer is one way, well, you have no power in influencing it, so free will doesn't exist. If the answer is the other way, then again you have no power over influencing it, so free will doesn't exist. And Aristotle, I think his reply was something along the lines of like, the law of excluded middle doesn't apply to statements about the future, and
I actually
something.
just had a conversation with Mitch, Mitch, the scientist, about this.
I know, Mitch.
Yeah, and he said that they in science they use, and it's not talked about a lot, but they use it a lot. They use like hypodeduction, like hypothetical deduction.
Yeah, I'm not even aware of what that is.
What's that?
Yeah, talk to him to get the formal. If you see him, talk to him to get the. I'm not. I could convey it, but I'll butcher it, I'm sure. So, but might want to look into that. But like, yeah, it's a way of dealing with these like like amplitude versus non-amplitude.
Oh, I did hear you talking about this.
Ways of reasoning, right? Because so what happens is you can construct a deductive argument, but if you're using like premises about the natural world that are seemingly inductive, well then to what extent is it like deductive?
Yes.
If you're using so
yes, and that's where I say kind of that was a great point, Paichi, and I did hear him talking about that. The to Sinleth's idea here, or question, I think that the deductive method ultimately doesn't get us to any conclusions. Methodologically, I don't think it's a method, even though it seems like tautological or self-evident, or the conclusion is certain, those kinds of things. Methodologically, I don't think the deductive discourse is meant to get us really to any conclusions. I do think it's more
I think in things like chess, it's going to get us there, right? Like
in terms of what the best move is.
In respect to very closed systems, right? Where there is no amplitude.
That's an interesting example. That's
there
a very
is no
interesting
additional
example.
If there's no additional tentative knowledge that comes in to chess, like it's closed, the rules are the rules, well then I think you can get into deductive cases with things like that, but I'm not so sure about the natural world.
Well, I want to stay on that example because scientifically are we basically, is it like a closed, it's solved, like is chess solved? Or I don't even know what that would mean.
Yeah.
But like,
even
I know
then, it's going to be in respect to goals. It's going to be in respect to goals, right?
Yes, and there's only so many moves. There cannot be a new move. There's only so many moves. There's a finite number of moves, so that is certain.
That's kind of why I think like maybe like deduction's going to work better there.
It's just so interesting because you're applying deduction to sort of map out a strategy for chess, and I would apply it differently. I would think also the chess player is using deduction, but not from the standpoint of like, oh, and this is real. I'm got to be really careful how I say this. It's not from the standpoint of like knowing every move. It's almost the opposite. Deduction is going to be this like process of elimination that guides them to the ultimate winning or losing move, basically. They might have an opening strategy, but it's like the deductive method is very useful in the chess sense, but not because they're going to have every move mapped perfectly, but the opposite. It's going to be this like, again, this like excavative methodology, process of elimination, working and adapting with the unknown, your opposition. What are they going to do? What are the choices they're going to make? So constantly having to battle with that versus knowing every move. There's this like adaptability problem, and that's where I think the methodology is really crucial and spiritual, and kind of tags in with some like religious ideas, because as we move forward into the darkness, into the unknown, right, we still need a method for that. And that's where weirdly religious words come to mind, like faith and hope and I don't know, courage and all those kinds of weird esoteric words. That those seem to help, right? Guide us into the darkness. Like I could picture a pro chess player in his final moves having a bit of an anxiety attack and having to like calm himself down, and that's not even part of the chess game, right? He's not talking about strategy. He's not thinking about what move. It becomes this whole like, he's having a breakdown because he doesn't know what the next move of his opponent's going to be. And it's this, again, this deductive method is complicated. It's not really data driven. It's not really, like you said, kind of a closed, it's for non-closed systems, it seems, even though it's camouflaged by a syntax that seems closed. I don't know how else to put it.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is probably getting a little too meta for me to fully grasp, but I shouldn't have brought up chess because I don't play chess.
I don't either.
But Darth was down there saying chess is not solved. I'd be interested to ask him if he thinks it's like perhaps not epistemically solved. Like I could easily see it being like not epistemically solved.
Yeah, every
but is
move
it,
must
I
be
mean, like
mapped.
that seems obvious.
But every move has to be mapped. Every
Is it
possible move,
ontologically solved?
right? The epistemic question would be how to win, right? And we can't solve that because a computer can.
All the permutation, we don't know all the permutation. Of course we don't, like.
But the computer thing is weird too, because like if you just let a computer play against itself, what happens? I guess is the question. Like how far down the line of chess does it just become like yeah, it's a weird. And so, but we do. Is there a human that can like beat computers in chess all the time, or is that gone now? Are computers way better at chess than humans? These are all questions we need to know now. Thanks a lot. Bye. Computers are way better, Darth. Like, is there still a human out there that like ever beats a computer? So why are computers better? It's that, I guess, is because they have this this memory of being able to log every possible move, and just humans just can't acquire that. It's like being able to it's being able to count cards on a whole nother level. Yeah.
Yeah, Joker brought up abduction. I could see abduction being really, I could see how abduction comes in.
It's just this case that if I'm navigating a situation that I don't know the truth about, or even, oh, this is even better. Let's say I do think I know the truth. It seems to maintain epistemic humility, the deductive method continues to insist that I check my premises. So that is where, right? It's like the deductive method is a constant updating method, just like the game of chess. It's like with every new move, we have to update the system. And that's why the deductive method works so well. It's like the strategy isn't perfectly outlined yet until we have more information. Then we must make another choice, get more information, and so on, as is life. And I think that's why the deductive method sets us up for epistemic humility in a proper way, right? It's like you need to reason through your certainty in a way that's constantly epistemically humble. The more you cling in your conversations in your everyday life to what you think is just absolute, the more you're going to be fooled. And that I'm sure we can all relate to. So that's why the inductive problem is so important, I think. It's like if we can't be certain about our observations and our sensory input sometimes fails us. We have this other backup method, which is psychological, right? And it's like a detachment from our assumptions. It's a willingness to detach from our language and our thoughts and our assumptions. It's not an easy thing to do, though, but I think that that's basically required in this culture, right? It would be basically impossible to employ any kind of scientific reasoning without this endeavor, without this alignment. I would love pushback on these ideas, by the way. I'm just rambling, but no pressure. I also need to get my day going. It's so hard for me to multitask while I'm doing these lives, but I'm gonna try today. Okay, I'm gonna try to multitask.
Yeah, I'm actively trying to work while listening to you.
Good job.
But and then I can't claim to be honest in that respect now.
I've kind of touched on this before, but so interesting to me that modus ponens, the classic inference rule, has this word if at the start of it. And if you employ that in your everyday life, like if you set up your arguments with a conditional in front of what you say, it basically makes you epistemically humble. Like it forces you into a position to say, like, if this, then this. You cannot just assert things. You're not allowed to just say A is true, right? That's basically invalid. To assert A is true is invalid. You'd have to say something more like if A, then B in terms of modus ponens. And so in everyday life, I catch myself asserting things and then being frustrated, catching myself being maybe in a loop of frustration and intolerability. And then when I notice I'm intolerable, I'm, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Easily upset. Then I notice that the sentences my brain is generating aren't set up in this conditional inferential way. If I start organizing my thoughts and especially putting if in front of the assumption, it literally relieves a lot of my own anxiety and psychological tension and communicatability with other people, open-mindedness, which I find very interesting. I don't think this is a coincidence. I think that these inferential rules are linked to psychological and emotional stability and the ability to empathize, the ability to be patient, be all these things, curious, all these special virtues as humans that we have in us. I don't know where this is coming from. I don't know if it's a miracle. I don't know if it's like my own weird thinking or what, but historically, as I study these ideas, I can't help but notice the pattern of how the Enlightenment of philosophy has helped society become more tolerable. I don't think that's a too controversial of an idea that logic and rationality help, whether you're religiously minded, superstitiously minded, or analytically minded. It helps us all basically reach some sort of middle ground to cooperate and communicate together and operate in harmony. Miracle, absolute miracle. Like, where's that coming from? We need we need a loud, obnoxious person in the room to shame and dismantle.
Come up.
Who's JD? Um, um, yeah, I have just like late last week, I think, or like maybe yeah, late last week, I finished reading that Quine paper. You know, that's what I was talking to you about logic with like the field linguist and all that. And before you even gets to like the ontological relativism with that field linguist example, he was talking about he like completely rips apart the idea of analytic truth by showing that anytime you try to appeal to anything to give some type of grounding, like a from a foundationalist perspective, some type of grounding for why like one definition of a word is correct, whereas another is not, it's going to end up being like circular. He has like all these examples. He just collapses it down, and basically, like what it turns out that is that there's no way to differentiate there's no way to actually tell what an analytic truth is without it being like circular or arbitrary or something, or without it actually just referencing something in the world. In which case, like it's indistinguishable from a synthetic truth. And
Yes.
he basically arrives at the conclusion that like all epistemological projects are either have to ground themselves in either some form of circular reasoning at the end or some arbitration, or you just give up that project and just succumb to pragmatism. And I think Quine himself basically just declared that the only functional way to persist epistemologically is to just accept pragmatism. And I was like, dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, so and pragmatism being from his standpoint, I mean, how would you view pragmatism from that standpoint?
Well, pragmatism says you abandon all notions of truth as being like um, something that is uh, unchanging, final, and fixed, and you just like um, conform to the reality that existence is not fixed. It's like a process that's always in motion and always in change. And so whenever you say anything is true, you cannot define truth as something that is fixed anymore. And so the only thing that like either you abandon the use of that word altogether, or you take the pragmatist definition that rather than some fixed final end, for you to say that something is true is that it just means that it is the type of thing that like it is a stable belief that does not change as you continue interacting with the world. But that is not to say that that belief actually represents what is happening in the world. It may be like a corollary fiction.
I did an interesting dive the other day. We were having an interesting conversation, and I did a little research on the origins of rational thought, like which civilizations were the first to contemplate the universe as having consistency and therefore be able to have rational thought about it. And it was only like
Cool.
something like 3,000 years ago was the first documented civilization that did that. So before that, it was all like based on superstition.
And by rational
Darth,
here, you mean like epistemically rational, like comporting to some sort of like correspondence.
Yeah, like
Okay. Because
thinking
I
that the
use
universe
rationality
had.
a little differently than some people use it. So
Uh-huh,
like I don't think it requires soundness. So
uh-huh,
like
uh-huh.
yeah, I just wanted to know what you meant. Yeah.
Well, it's like they as part of the culture, there were clear signs of them contemplating the universe as being ordered and having continuity, predictability. And so they were able to, they did things like track stuff in terms of stars or something like that, or just like not just assume things happened arbitrarily. And so then therefore they could think about it in an orderly way and predict things.
Oh yeah, I think I was on that panel with you. Was that the guy that was like kind of like leveraging as though like the Bible was like, or like
Oh yeah.
Christianity
He
was
said,
him?
he was
Yeah,
claiming that was it Rome or something was the first one, or like basically
yeah,
uh,
that didn't exist prior to
prior to that, exactly.
Christianity. Yeah.
Exactly. That was one of the more interesting little dives to just drill into the information about, because it's just hard to contemplate how you exist as a human without rational thought about the predictability of the universe, because we do it so much now. You know.
Oh yeah, this is such a fascinating topic. Also this weird position we're in. It's not as if we can look to birds and snails and be like, oh, look, other rational things. It's like, are we just reconfirming our own bias? Think like we're in such a weird position. It's like, where is this rationality
Hmm.
coming from? And are
Exactly.
yeah, like how do we measure it exactly? It's very interesting, man. And even going back to your deep dive there. I would ponder because I'm sure, and I could be wrong here, but I'm sure there are ancient cave paintings, right, that are older than 3,000 years. But so what? How would we make that distinction between like what would be like? I know you said stuff about predictability, but it's hard to draw the distinction between like what just a cave painting of a buffalo would be, and then this actual rationality,
Well, you
or
would think about
you
it
know.
like a cave painting of a buffalo, though, doesn't sort of infer consistency, right? So,
Okay.
well, or like at least not from a rational point of view. You might say something like there is some magical being or some magical force in the universe that makes that happen every once in a while on a consistent basis, but not that it's like causal in a predictable way. You know what I mean? Like they might think, oh, that thing might just decide not to do it or something like
Go a
that.
little, if you don't mind, like expand a little. Keep thinking about this.
Yeah,
So
I'm
what do
not
you mean?
sure. Yeah,
What do you mean?
like I said, it's very hard to
It
to
is hard.
understand the thought process of to separate yourself from how we think now and like say, okay, let's say I thought everything that I saw happened because of kind of supernatural, um, not even supernatural even can be thought of as rational though. So it would be something like just magic, right?
Miraculous. I
Yeah,
don't know.
like magic or miraculous, just things just happen and you really have no idea why. And so that's how you interact with the world, you know. But even just having that, humans are different from most animals. I mean, there are plenty of animals that do this also, but in terms of like uh, relating yourself to your environment, being able to contemplate yourself as an abstract object, I think is, like most animals don't do that.
I would
Y-
agree. I would
I
totally
think
agree.
part of can I add something to that? Because I think what humans do is we separate ourselves from everything else. One of the other way of looking at it is when you don't do that, right? So look at yourself as the nature with everything else around you. What happens then? And that's sort of a mind bend, sort of a way of approaching this logical, irrational. Right now, I say irrational, but it becomes rational. You see how that it becomes rational once you actually see the perspective.
Hmm.
Um,
Like
where
if a deer is like running through the woods, it doesn't think like, oh, I'm going to look for things. It just looks for things. It doesn't think about looking for things.
oh, there's always a why behind it. I think there's always a why
But it doesn't
behind.
have that conscious planning, right?
Well, if it feels hunger,
It's just going to do it.
well, I don't know how the thought process of a deer is, but maybe it will cut some water if he's going to go on a
No,
long
but
journey. I
we
don't
could
know.
we could we could run so many tests to make
Yeah.
to show that like right it's got fairly linear. It can't abstract multiple scenarios or forfeit into the future or anything like that, or even apparently reflect into the past very far on
So is that
certain
a good
things.
thing?
It just outlines mapability. It's just like the brain's ability to map reality. Theirs is more limited than ours. You know, you can look at
Yeah, that
other.
is true.
This is the other thing is we can look at the hierarchy within the animal kingdom, right, and other animals' ability to map things. An eagle has such an advantage over a mouse. All the mouse can do is run into its hole. An eagle could sit up and get the bird's eye view of the whole, all the mice, right? It has the whole. The mice don't even know what's coming for it. So that's all within animal
There
kingdom.
is a hierarchy, yeah, in the system, this ecosystem that we're all in, right? There is a hierarchy of things. But the thing is that also everything eats everything else, right? Even the tree eats the nutrients to grow, and that's in the soil. Whether it's the eagle eating the mice or the mice eating the insects, right? There's a hierarchy structure that's in place, and that extends up to the cosmos, if anything, right? There's layers as go beyond Earth, and then beyond the sort of the layers of
We
realm.
separate it by conscious intent, right? And
But
planning.
then, so okay, great point. We do that. Does anybody else do that?
Dolphins and gorillas and all that kind of stuff.
So everybody knows that there's something above them that is superior in some kind of intellect. Would that be a fair sort of assumption?
No,
Well,
because
human.
that word knows infers like again being able to abstractly view yourself, and not all
I would
animals can
say
do that.
I would say humans really struggle with finding their place in the hierarchy, right? Like to try and find something above ourselves becomes a bit of a spiritual and religious act because there isn't an obvious predator in the
So where does it
forests.
stop?
Well,
Like,
that's
does it stop
again,
at
that's what I'm saying. I think this is where like kind of the outpouring of philosophy and deep thinking comes from is evolutionarily humans privileged spot in the hierarchy. We've been evolved to a point where we have to start coming up and imagining our own
well,
psychological forms of predators because out in the jungle we've basically conquered all of them. It
yeah,
becomes a testament
even
to
the wise can
mortality
fall, right?
itself.
In our humanity, right? Even the most wise can also fall. Meaning, if let's just say nightmares are real, right? which to those that are having them is as real as it gets, right? And they can drive a person to do things that they never thought was possible. That also happens, right? I'm not saying it happens to everybody, but it does happen in the reality that we're in. So then, if a human goes into an ocean, does a whale become a superior in that territory? I would say so, right?
I won't be able to recall the name of it, but you know how they have like those series that are like CG, very cool short stories on like Netflix and stuff. One of them that stuck with me is like there's one where there's this sort of cosmic uh, hive mind, and one of the quotes it has towards the end is intelligence is an overrated evolutionary advantage.
Yeah, that's actually
because
yeah.
because that whatever that thing is able to spontaneously create extremely intelligent things to defeat other intelligent things and absorb them into its existence.
Very interesting. What is this name of the duck? This video that you're talking about?
I'd have to find it, but
I mean, it
it's
seems
a
like a hardcore
very
truth of what is, right? I mean, it's
yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, and so like the hive mind was the more effective survival mechanism.
Well, meta creates a lot of depression too,
well, so there, even in the hive mind, there's a hierarchy,
I
right?
can't.
Why is that? Not everyone is the same, right? There's a hierarchy in the hive
A hive
mind.
mind in the sense of everybody of all things within it being one who is more, because it could create like I said, it could kind of create super intelligent things if it needed them, and then defeat and absorb other supposedly intelligent things. So like nothing could resist it. It's kind of like the Borg thing, but this was much more organic and beautiful,
Does it
and sort of
refer
like
to like
bloody and
morale
stuff.
in any way?
Oh, sorry, say again.
Sorry. So this is really interesting, by the way. So does it refer to any kind of morale in that sort of hive mind? Is it always about survivability,
Did you
or
say
is it for the
morality? Is that
growth?
what you're saying? Are you
Yeah,
saying
I'm
more?
just curious as you kind of delve into it, because
Oh,
it
I
can apply
think
to any kind of species, right?
yeah. No, I think its morality was kind of the inference is that its morality is based on survival and superiority.
Then I guess the higher non this mind that we can't see, like this creation process, um, is it doing the same thing? I guess that would be one part of the question. Or is it doing the opposite of it? That would be the other part of the question, right? Is it looking for superiority, or does it give a chance for everything to thrive? That's another way to look at it. I don't know what your thoughts on this kind of sort of line of thinking, but I hopefully I'm in the same context of this conversation that you guys are talking about, because I think
Yeah,
it's all
I'm
interconnected
not sure
anyway.
what its goal. Like I said, its goal I think is just, as is more. And again, if you think of it as intelligence not being its main point, then its drive would be not necessarily based on rational thought, right? Because
Do
rational
you
thought can be defeated.
do you guys believe in like intelligence as being emergent property, or do you guys think that's something it's actually always been there by something intelligent can only create something intelligent?
In comparison to where we are, it would always be, because the level of what we conceive of as intelligence in relation to the what I believe is an infinite structure of the universal consciousness. That universal consciousness will have existed for so long, if not for a very, very, very long time. That the likelihood is that its intelligence is it to us can't even be measured. So thereby, to us, it is absolute pure intelligence. To it, where it's at, I'm sure if it's existing in an infinite system, like I also think that it is, it may see itself for where it's at. That's something that we, as small finite beings, can't. And
Can I
so it
ask what
may.
you mean by it? What you're referring to when you say
Yeah.
it?
Well, it is a it as well. It as a consciousness, which I can't really even. I'm using a word that's going to always fall short, because again, we're
Yeah.
using language
So
that
with
can't always describe what the it is. That's why I
I
can't say
guess
he
if
or
we're
anything
view,
like
but
that. I have to use.
isn't the problem that we're going to view that through our lens of intelligence, and so we wouldn't necessarily consider it intelligent, you
Yeah,
know?
it may be so. You're right. It may be so big that we're like ants looking at what we think is just a
No,
shadow, but in
that's not
actuality,
quite what I mean. What I mean is it's the nature of its intelligence. Like you'd have to define what the attributes of
yeah.
intelligence are,
I
and
get you. I get you. That makes sense.
it wouldn't be the
Yeah, so
attributes that we
we
normally
can't even we
associate
don't
with
even
it.
have the ability to even measure it, because it's so outside the bounds of the way that we function that we can't even we wouldn't even perceive it as intelligence.
Exactly, exactly.
So
So
there
but it
is
might be
something higher.
highly
Is that
functional,
a right
right?
assumption? Sorry.
But it might. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I would say so. I would say that he did kind of correct me in that, and I agree with that. I do very much agree with that.
Like for instance, you could consider the universe intelligent if you were to say, well, it has utility in that it created, in that a consequence of
Absolutely.
its laws generated these being what we call intelligent beings, right?
Right.
But like that doesn't mean that we would actually call the universe intelligent, right? Because it doesn't have. We normally associate things like will and
Will,
contemplation
yeah. I don't think the universe
and
has necessarily
consciousness with
a
those things.
will per se. I think it just is. It's something.
Right.
It's something that I'll give you a perfect example. It's something that the Hindus, when they refer to the Brahman, they don't say that it has a will. They just say it just is. There is no. We can't put a will toward, because all that's doing is trying to give it an anthropomorphic
And here's the
causation.
thing, if it doesn't have will, here's where you run into problems, I think. If it doesn't have will, if it doesn't have contemplation, um, why would you ever, whatchamacallit it, worship it? Because worshiping it would have no effect.
Because the problem is that God didn't create us in its image. We created God in our image. So what we're looking at when we're worshiping, we're looking at a way that our brain has anthropomorphically tried to explain such a high infinite nature concept that it's so beyond us that the only thing that we have left to be able to do is to give it humanized quality so we feel closer to it.
I think that's why we do have religion and stuff like that.
Right, I do. That's exactly why I think we have
that
religion.
would point to it being useless, is what I'm saying.
I'm an atheistic philosophical monist. So I'm a monist who believes that that infinite nature, but I'm atheistic because I believe that the fact that people call it God is just an anthropomorphic assumption.
I would tend to not be opposed to that view. I think what you're basically saying is there's this sort of basic complexity. The nature of nature is complexity, and we anthropomorphize it, and so try to worship it so that we can have an effect on it. But really, that's a useless undertaking.
Comfortable, because when you realize that you're a finite being living in an infinite system, the infinite possibilities of how you could be just wiped out of existence become slightly uncomfortable, because at that point, when you realize that you're a finite being in an infinite system, and your worth is no more of probably less than a worth of a grain of sand on a beach, then one grain of sand disappearing wouldn't change anything, and that makes you feel uncomfortable. And so at that point, if you anthropomorphize it, you feel like you give it a quality that you can sort of engage with or think you're engaging with, so that you don't feel like that being could just absolutely without any causation just destroy you.
Yeah, there's a lot of good conversations going on. It's so good. So
Standing under a fighter jet or something.
Yeah, right.
Got that Harrier jet from Pepsi. Cashed in the points and got it.
Remember that? That was so good.
I do remember that. I saw a little documentary about
Dream,
that, and that was in it.
Your man.
Documentary or something. Did you see that one?
Yeah, he had to sue them, and I remember that whole thing. He had to sue them and say that was false advertisement. Yeah, I remember that. I think he did get something out of it, though. It wasn't a jet. It was probably monetary value because
I think he got some. He might have got some money, but he didn't get the jet. Should have got the jet.
On the panel, I'm gonna drop, but I'll listen in. This is a great conversation.
I was supposed to go to work, and then I like tore the house up for my keys, and then called my husband, and he's like, "Oh, they're in my car," and I'm like, "Well, I guess I'm calling into work because I can't go anywhere." It's like, you get to pay my salary for the day, sugar daddy.
I'll be in a quieter spot soon.
Finished my coffee. Now I have to sit in front of the computer.
Working on like a new startup right now, Darth, or are you like doing consultation, or what are you?
Trying to get something. I'm working with my main startup focus is with a very cool guy. And I'm just trying to crank out, get it to the point of being fundable. But at the same time, you got to pay the bills. So doing some.
I was curious, like, because while you're working on the startup, are you doing
Yeah, I
consultation?
mean,
Like,
I did about, when I left the last company I was at, I did about 6 months of no income, and it just burns through too much cash while I was trying to do a new startup. Because if it doesn't if it doesn't get
If it
get
doesn't pop
inertia,
off quick, then it becomes a problem.
yeah, if it doesn't stick, then that's problematic. And
Yeah.
so I was like, all right, well, let me, I had a few opportunities. I was like, let me try to balance this. I hadn't really done consulting before. I was like, this might be a good way to have an arbitrary runway to do different startup ideas, by just making sure that there's either chunks of consulting strewn in between. So that's what I'm kind of trying right now.
Yo, Pi, has anyone ever made a computerized etch and sketch?
Computerized Etch-a-Sketch? I think they
yeah,
have they have a
I
program.
actually met someone that literally just showed me one that he made at the so he used. I mean, lots of people have made like algorithmic etch-a-sketches that aren't analog. Lots of people have done that, but this guy actually fused the two. He made these that he coded
The things,
he coded a motor, and then he put them on he took the knobs off, and then he put it on the knobs, and he showed me some of the drawings he made. They were pretty cool. Like, it was all there was no real curves. It was using just the XY axis strictly. But it was
Yeah, so
tight
like
enough.
a true etch and sketch, basically.
Well, I would argue the true etch-a-sketch is like what used by a human is that you can make curves with the synchronicity.
Oh, you got the touch to make a curve.
Yeah. But there were no real curves in his drawings, but they were really finessed in respect to how well the XY axis was used, that it still made pretty cool images.
Why couldn't it do curves if it was doing?
Well, you would have to have that already, like, completely pre-planned, which would be really complex, I would think.
I guess what in my head I'm like, if you separate the physical part, which is like linear actuators with XY, from the planner, which is like where are you going to move, and how do you translate that to the linear actuators? It sounds like the part he didn't get complete was the second part. Right. It seems like if you just have the linear actuators, that's kind of the same as humans, just to some resolution of turning the knobs. Like, if you turn them simultaneously, you get diagonals. If you turn them not quite simultaneously, like a little more with your left hand as you're doing your right hand, you get a curve, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's just like the translation, that next step of like, how do you go from the planning to implementing?
Yeah, implementing that. Yeah, I should have got his information. He was a cool dude. I'll have to ask him why he wasn't able to. He might have said, but I don't know. I talked
He's
to
probably
him.
he's probably like a mechie, and so he's not coming maybe from the CG side of things.
Right. Yeah.
So
he showed me the motor. He showed me it working and stuff. It was pretty neat.
Yeah, that's cool stuff.
Someone this is outside of an actual Etch-a-Sketch logic, but because like an Etch-a-Sketch is just an XY plotter, right? So
right.
Yeah, so the mechanism is just an XY plotter, and then I saw someone online. They took like a standard XY plotter, and then they attached a pen to it, and then they hooked
Mhm.
the controls up to a theremin. So you were playing a theremin and drawing with the XY plotter.
That's kind of fun.
I was like, that's the nerdiest thing. Like, can you get any more niche than that?
What is a theremin? What's a theremin?
Oh, a theremin is okay, so by sound, you're familiar with like B movies, the sound that is like
Yeah.
Okay, so that actual instrument
Oh, I've seen it's I know exactly.
Yeah, it's like a wave interference like based instrument, and like it's the only instrument in the world that you don't touch, and like one side controls volume and the other side controls like the pitch. It has like an antenna, and then it controls the pitch, and then the other side is like a volume control that you have your hand hovering over. So yeah, it's a pretty wild instrument. But he turned it into, instead of volume and pitch, he turned it into left and right or whatever.
Yeah, so a touchless etch and sketch.
Horizontal, not left and right, but I was just thinking in terms of what the knobs do when I use them. Horizontal and vertical. He changed the. Yeah. And so, like when it was drawing,
touchless etch and sketch.
Yeah. So when it was drawing, from the theremin perspective, it was just noise. It didn't make anything interesting from the theremin perspective. But he was able to like draw a picture and like draw like a crude house and tree and shit.
Definitely something there with futuristic tech. You could definitely pull off some interesting like magic trick illusions with that.
If someone could, just. I mean, it'd be a big project, but if someone just hooked sensors up to my movement with like a bunch of different pieces.
And you're like in another room, the picture frame's on the wall, then someone like brings up a topic and then you just start drawing it. It's just like drawn there. But that's what I mean these
Well, I
days.
was thinking in terms of
Actually, that's an interesting project, Pi, because what you could do is use you as sort of like you could attach it to something like the equivalent of an LLM and have it learn from your patterns.
Yep. Like, and I could do
rebrand the etch and sketch to be the Pai Chi like portrait, Pai Chi portrait.
Yeah, and if you hooked it up to enough of it, then it could split the difference with images that I didn't make, but it could learn from.
100%. That's what I mean. Yeah, it would totally abstract in some internal representation the stuff that you're doing that's different from obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But as you guys are talking about startups, it was also, and Pi was on the panel, I was thinking about, that's the reason I asked the question, I was thinking about how, I guess, like, these days with Polaroid cameras and stuff coming back, it would be kind of cool to, like, digitize a etch and sketch. Like, if I could put a photo into it or something like that, I don't know. Sounds weird, but people might be into that kind of thing.
It would be an interesting way to, have an analog image that was, but that was done non-analog. Like that's a cool
to watch it draw too.
Yeah.
Like you imagine if it was kind of like a screensaver type of thing where you put it on your wall and it cycles through a bunch of different images and draws and erases them, kind of thing. I don't know. Mm-hmm. Could be cool. You have such a awesome gig, Pai Chi. It's like endless source of conversation topics, whether it's art or technology or business and sales. There's just so many facets to it. It's so cool.
Yeah, that's one aspect that makes being an artist hard as fuck, though. Because there's like so much of it is not related to making art. Like, that's the number one thing I tell anyone
Right.
trying to pursue it. I'm like, get good at everything that isn't making art first, and then
Yeah, you got to be a jack of all trades. These days, I feel like that's so true in a lot of things, but art especially. Like, yeah, music and art are the quintessential, like, entrepreneurial, dead end, burnt out,
Hi,
midlife crisis.
I have a question. Does it annoy you the way that it annoys me? All these writers that are using AI art for their book covers is really starting to piss me the fuck off.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that in totality. I think there's some companies that are shitty. Like Midjourney did some shitty stuff because Midjourney didn't just do an algorithmic like pool. What they did is they literally took bodies of work from artists and put it and held it in a database. I think that's different from like just a general pool from the internet. Like, that part pisses me off a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Is it really that much different than like a collage? It's just a really fast collage, essentially.
I guess I feel like it's really though like doing a disservice to artists who spend a lot of time working on book art and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think I don't know. I have to think about it more. I'm not quite as offended by it as like some of my fellow artists are.
Really, I guess I'm offended by it because I read a lot. You know, like, well, I think you know that I read a lot, and I don't know. I feel like it's just doing a disservice when writers are a form of an artist. And if you're not using AI to write your book, why would you use one to do the cover art for it instead of, supporting a fellow artist? I
Yeah.
don't know.
No. Oh, yeah. No. That's a good point. That's a good point. Right. Yeah.
There's this weird point in teaching art, like in an art class, where the teacher, especially with younger kids, I think, is like good, right? They're a lot better than the students, and so the student kind of wants them to do it for them. The teacher will come over, grab the pencil, do a little correction, and then now the student's asking them for corrections all the time because they kind of like want. And so the teacher has to step back and basically encourage the student to make mistakes and just draw the damn thing, right? But that experience of like learning is like, I guess, not like, I don't know, it's not easy. So I don't really know how to put that in terms of, because like if we're every artist starts somewhere. Every artist has that moment where they wish the teacher would just, even the best artists, I would assume, have those kind of moments, right? Where they don't want to make the mistakes, or they kind of hesitate to go at the canvas with their own expression. But yeah, the referential mode of art, I think, is just the healthy way of getting yourself out of that writer's block, or that right. It's like using another artist as motivation is a lot different than plagiarism. There's That's what's so special about art. It's this history of referential, right, techniques versus just you can interestingly just see the copyrights. You can see people who didn't use their own line of thinking in art. Very interesting.
Yeah. I mean, historically, there's some pretty crazy examples of people that like were just plagiarizing, but then they're clever enough that they made it into like a critique, like the the artists like Richard Prince in the 80s, and stuff like he's probably the most well known for like literally doing practically nothing to a piece and then putting it out in public as his own. So he would do things like take Marlboro ads and just get rid of the word Marlboro. Like that's it, literally. Like, and then blow it up and then put it in the gallery.
Right. But we can
Um,
see why that's a claim to art because, right, it's very, I love it. I love it.
and then later he was doing stuff like, as time went on, I haven't paid attention to him in a long time, but like the last thing I heard that he was doing, he was just taking like celebrity like Instagrams and taking like screenshots of them and then blowing them up. And then that was like his work.
Gives me one more substitution for my order, I'm going to call them and crash the fuck out.
I find work like that that's like that level of plagiarism logic, like if you want to call it that or whatever, that level of like ready made, to the extent that like I find it like I'm fine with calling it art, but aesthetically, like I find it philosophically interesting. But to that extent, it's like I'd rather just read philosophy. Like aesthetically, I just don't find art like that compelling. Like to me, it's like visual art is still like visual. So it's like to the extent that like art like that is clever or interesting, it's philosophically interesting. But I'd rather just read philosophy at that point. Like,
No, totally. It's uniqueness, or that's not quite the word, but it's uniqueness for the sake of uniqueness. What's the word I'm looking for though?
well, it's like
Originality, or so. It's just being original for the sake of being original.
or the art, the art is more like of a critique, which I find valuable. But again, like I'm not that interested in looking at pieces like that. Like I would look at them and then I'd be like, okay, I get it. And then I'd read the artist statement and I get it. And then after that, it just doesn't do much for me. You
So I
know?
found the episode. So it was in Love, Death, and Robots, and the episode's called Swarm of
I've watched it. Love,
the
Death,
sort of
and
hive.
Robots is really good.
Yeah, and the
Yeah,
episode is Swarm, and it's like that's the one with like the hive mind.
yeah, I've watched it. I've watched it. Um, so okay. Do you think that as a artist progresses through their education, like a child when they first just draw a squiggle on the page and say that's dad or that's mom, someone picks up the pen and draws a stick figure and says no, that's closer to mom and dad, and now the child draws stick figures every time. Maybe looks at a cartoon book update, and like as they age into their ability of art, there's a phase where they adopt their own style, right? They stop with the references, they stop with referential thinking, and they start diving into experimentation and sort of who they are and what they want to express. And I think this gets into a bit of the hive mind thing, the connection between where the difference is, right, between an individual that shines through the zeitgeist and just another copy, just another and art is possibly one of the best disciplines to sort of highlight this, right, human tendency away from the hive mind. Without art, perhaps we would be more hive mind like, or maybe art is just a version of hive mind thinking. It's hard to differentiate these things. It's
It,
pretty cool.
yeah, it's hard because there's so many systems that sort of maybe dictate like vacuum expression, like expression can't really be in a vacuum because there's so many
That's why, but
yeah.
that's why we're in a unique position with like novelty. That was the word I was looking for. Not uniqueness, but novelty. We seem to be on this deep dive into novelty, right?
I think I know what you're saying. Explicate.
Well, innovation, newness. Why does the guy remove the Marlboro? Yes, it's a critique of art, but it's also this like innovative critique. It's in the direction of novelty. It's like no one's ever done that before. Or and even with the Instagram thing on the wall, it's almost like an irony to that point. So it seems as though the artist that produces the most novelty will win in a way in the zeitgeist. So the hive mind is kind of collective in that way, right? The more novel of
It's not just novelty though, right? That's just
okay,
that's one attribute because it also has to be like there's this cliche about like jazz with or not a cliche, but a truism, which is in order for jazz to be thought of by the audience as interesting and enjoyable, it has to be something like 90% predictable.
right? Some rhythm. It's got to
So
be
it
some
can't
rhythm in there.
no, it's got to be something very recognizable to the audience.
Yeah, rhythm is what I said. Rhythm, like
Well,
rhythm
rhythm's
would
one
be
thing. It could be
right,
anything, you
right,
know.
right.
It's
Totally.
the point being like that novelty that you're talking about is that
Yes.
extra 10%, but you need to
Yes.
give them 90% first.
Yes, you're so right. Yes. Yeah, if I use rhythm because I picture jazz often going into odd rhythms and then it becomes hard to listen to because
Mm-hmm,
rhythmically
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
there's no pattern and that's like the
mm,
basis of a lot of musical ears. So
sure. But it's
you're
also
so
true for harmony, you know, also
sure,
true for all the other aspects of the jazz. If it
sure,
becomes too
absolutely.
far off of what people are used to, they'll just throw it away and not listen.
Yeah,
Yet,
if you look at the
yet jazz
standard,
is something novel. It's something into right. It's something spontaneous. There's something to appreciate about the novelty of jazz. But yeah, you're right. You're right.
yeah, if you look at the standard jazz musicians, like the most famous jazz musicians, and then the jazz standards, like jazz cats are into jazz outside of that, but the stuff that is like globally popular is still like relatively safe in that respects
Yeah, totally.
in regards to yeah, like my if
They're not
Miles
going into
Davis,
like large sections of atonal,
yeah,
sequences.
if Miles Davis didn't have Kind of Blue and he just had like Bitches Brew, like, and he just started out with like Bitches Brew, like he wouldn't be
Yeah,
Miles Davis.
yeah.
Hallelujah.
So yeah. So what is this balance of? Do you think there's some sort of perfect balance here? Between novelty, or maybe not a perfect balance, but
Not perfect, but yeah, I think
right.
there's a demanded balance. That's what I mean. In order for something to be popular or enjoyable, I think there is a range of balance, like I said, like, 90-10 kind of thing.
Now,
Now,
but
I
what
think what
about
happens is I think there are artists who try to increase that ratio and they'll get maybe a little bit of notoriety, but people won't enjoy their art.
well, and there's also the example, often, especially in art, of basically the culture of the time not being very accepting of the movement, and then later the Renaissance happening, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
There will
that's
also
very
be
interesting too.
there will
Like
also
someone
be
ahead of their time.
artists.
Sorry.
There's like a lot of artists that will want one aspect of their art. So like I'm thinking specifically music. Like one aspect will be pretty bizarre, but then like another aspect will be much more like quote unquote accessible. It's like Paul Simon's
Yeah.
a good example. Paul Simon has some weird ass fucking lyrics, man. Like
Mm-hmm.
he's like fucking out there, man. But because he had like pretty palatable melodies and
Mm.
things like that, like
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
he's able to yeah, like stay in the
He had a good delivery mechanism for
yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
his outside the box stuff is.
yes, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
This is all so unbelievably interesting. Like, can't get enough of this kind of. I guess this is bleeding into aestheticism a lot. You know, it's pretty aesthetically inclined. It's hard to put your fingertips on exactly what it is we're talking about here, but for me it informs so much of my aim, sort of where I'm going, why am I trying to paint a picture, what am I doing with my modes, right? Like achieving some sort of balance, knowing that I'm trying to achieve some sort of balance of the novelty and also conformity to the norms is, well, it makes me ponder so deeply. It's very hard to balance. I find myself straying in both directions, mainly towards novelty, though, quite often, rather than conformity. But I think artists struggle with that a lot, especially in modernity. Just going into novelty for the sake of novelty and having a hard time respecting the
Exactly.
conventions. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember when I was a, oh, sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, you go.
I was going to say when I was a kid, there was this, I did piano, classical, and there was this super talent. There was one guy who was just, it was clear his life was going to be revolved around music. It was his main focus. He didn't really do science or anything like that. It was just music. And I remember hearing about him when he went to college, he studied music, etc. And then, I was at my music teacher's once, and she was kind of showing me or playing me his music, and it was just way too abstract. He had gone deep dive into like abstractions of music that made it completely unapproachable. And I was like, well, that's never going to work. It was really interesting because, and I don't know if I don't know since then, but you would think that over time, if that person was going to continue to try to, let's say, make a living at it or something, they'd be forced to sort of mediate back to interesting for people to enjoy, as opposed to like being right about the theory that's in the music.
I am interested to see how it changes over time, though, because, like, for instance, now in respect to say like harshness, like heaviness in music, there's like some really like aggressive bands on big festivals that like never would have been the case when I was young.
Aggressive meaning what?
Like vocally
Style of music.
Style of music, like vocal distortion, guitar distortion, in intensity. Like there's a band called Knocked Loose. They're essentially like a metal band, and they were on Coachella, and like that level of heaviness never would have made it to Coachella like 20 years ago. Like no way in hell. Like, so I'm interested to see like over time what becomes the new like accessible. Like,
Yes, and is it going somewhere? Is it cyclical? Is there a vector? Is it an illusion somewhat? Like, are we all just ants on the hill with pheromones, like not really making much difference? Or is there this sort of, progression to things? Like in art, it's hard to deny the progression. That's why it's weird when people talk about art subjectively, because there's such a technical progression towards realism that's so hard to deny in art. Whether you're talking aesthetics being like a moral judgment of value is or a value judgment of like preference, becomes sort of detached from the history of art. It's like, well, we can't deny the progress of art though, right? Like art's improved, I guess is the word, or progressed, you could say, right? Was I muted that whole time, or did you guys hear any of that?
Sorry, I got wrapped up in the computer thing I was doing for a sec. Do you want to give me a quick repeat of it and I'll listen?
Just basically this idea that in art there's a history that progresses towards a certain state realism, which I find interesting. It's like aestheticism.
Well, there was a
art,
period that went towards realism. It doesn't. It
Yeah,
isn't
like we've
continuing
progressed
to
beyond
progress
that
towards
now.
realism. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
Exactly.
no, we've progressed beyond that. But it's just interesting to look at it from the aesthetic point of view of like progress in art. Like obviously there's been some progress in art. So to make a judgment about the value of that is I guess a little difficult, but I would hold to some sort of aesthetic realism that, art has made progress to not only towards realism but beyond that, which I think is a testament to, its evolution, right?
By
Its
realism, do you just
development.
mean like matching what we see?
That would at least be part of it. It achieved a lot in those terms, right? At least in those terms.
Sure. I
But
mean, the
then we could,
masters did that, right? They, the Dutch masters were the beginning of understanding how light how light interacts with things is the critical piece of realism.
totally, totally.
And
Or like
the
Michelangelo's understanding of anatomy relating to
yeah.
medical research. Yeah, there's so many
Mhm.
connections between art and science. So and
But I
and so
think
that's what I mean. It's like,
that's only
and
one.
oh, go ahead.
Isn't that just sort of like one direction within art, though, right? Because that's and in some sense it's a tiny direction because you have the rest of the conceptual universe to lay down in art.
Yes. Oh, most definitely. But in terms of making the case for aesthetic realism, I think it's the bare minimum. It's like the sufficient qualifier
I,
to at
I think
least
it's the
say
most
towards
it's
this
the yeah, it's maybe the
an
most obvious
empirical.
thing to do,
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what's interesting is like, so there's realism in respect to like what you would call representation, like
Right.
visual representation, right? So mimesis, like visual mimesis, like,
hmm
but a lot of like the advent of that kind of like realism was in respect to content-wise non-realistic content, like religious, like the sublime and all that.
hmm
And then you had in the era of like the early 1900s with surrealism, you had like these like logic, like these logical positivism and like certain movements in psychology and stuff, making the most like fucked up visual stuff, but really towing the line in respect to what they were talking about with like psychology and like real human conditions. So there's always this like, there's like a difference between like the representation of like the visual and then like the conceptual notions, like those, and they're not always aligned.
Beautifully said, man. Absolutely beautifully said. And I just want to, I guess, extend that idea. I welcome pushback on this, but to the extent that that is progress, or if we want to call it, it's hard to put a label on it. Like progress is the word I'm going to go with, but like I would say that's like demonstrating artistic progress. Like if aesthetic realism wasn't the case, we couldn't point out actual progress in the discourse, I don't think.
And then
Again, could you define aesthetic realism again? I'm not really,
Well,
I don't have a solid model of it in mind.
I know, and neither do I. But in this sense, in this argument, I'm defining it as this like progress, this like progress towards realism in art, and then even extending beyond realism into like logical
Are
and
you saying
psychology.
realism in the philosophical sense of like there being some truth of the universe
Yeah,
that exists on a different plane?
I think so.
so
Yeah,
Oh,
deviating from just like
that,
representational, yeah,
oh,
okay.
I was just talking about realism in the sense of like representational.
Yeah.
So
well,
you mean
well,
something philosophical, and I'm not sure,
well,
I don't believe in realism in anything.
well.
I'm an anti-realist.
We
As far
can
as I know, I'm an anti-realist.
we can stop at the mere empirical stuff and just talk about it like representationally, but also when we start thinking about how it extends beyond that, like you kind of vouched for earlier, like then I would start to consider other realms, like the possibility of actual realism. Like, because if we can't
Mhm.
if we can't use empirical data to even validate that idea to begin with, I don't know what else we would, other than the ability to art and aesthetics to extend us into these representational realms.
There's
Seems like
kind
a
of a humorous conclusion I've always thought, like with like the argument from beauty in respect to like if you're leveraging a designer being responsible for it, because you pretty much kind of have to come to the conclusion that like God objectively made ugly people. Like if you're arguing for like beautiful people from an objective perspective,
Hunchbacks
you have
and
to be arguing that
lepers.
he like personally like he decided to make people that would be viewed as like, and I'm like, man, what a dick.
my knee-jerk response to that is to again assume epistemic humility, and that usually it's probably a reflection of my own ugliness. I know what you're saying though. There
Well,
must be
it's
objectively
a
ugly people
reflection.
out there.
It's a reflection of the logical problem of evil into the
Yeah,
physical.
exactly. It
It's
is
the aesthetic.
Yep. It's just an aesthetic take on it. Yep.
It's funny. There is no God because there are ugly people. There's a good. We should make a syllogism out of that.
Or
Like,
just if you're leveraging that he
if
made
there is,
beauty.
wait, what would it
Yeah.
be? Premise one: if there are if there are
But
ugly people, then there's no God.
how? But this is the problem. How would
Premise
you?
two:
How
there are
would you?
ugly people. Conclusion: there is no God.
How would you validate that you're not the ugly person? That's the
It
problem.
doesn't matter. I could be the ugly person.
Well, I mean, like, it's just like, there was a guy arguing here from the argument from beauty not long ago, and he was using things like, well, I don't know, his argument I thought was flawed in a variety of ways, because he was using things that aren't just like aesthetically in respect to like form being like unappealing. They're unappealing in a variety of ways. So he's like, well, like if you showed like a pile of shit to someone, like versus like a flower, like they're gonna lean towards the flower being beautiful every time. And I'm like, yeah, but there's a myriad of other associations that like we have with a pile of shit, rather than like just the way it's constructed, spatially or whatever. It's like has a smell, and it represents all kinds of biological function. So, I thought that was just a bad argument. I'm like, it's not really.
Not to mention the interesting connection between the soil and the flower. That's also kind of interesting.
There's so many issues with
But,
just like putting those two up against each other that I don't think is fair. Like if you're just talking about like its actual like spatial arrangement being visually pleasing, it's like that's like it's got a lot to contend with. Like
got me thinking about this.
would choose to make ugly people. It seems kind of cruel, right?
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. I guess it's like, assuming there is aesthetic realism doesn't mean that you know what the parameters necessarily are. But like admitting the progress of science or art limits us in our understanding of what's beautiful, and that's admitted, right?
Yeah.
So we can't claim objectivity in our observations of what's beautiful, but nonetheless we can assert that it's out there somewhere. But so yeah, you have to have the epistemic humility. Like there's been tons of examples popping in my head, like an ugly old grandma who's just such a beautiful soul, or the diamond in the rough, right? The gold way deep in a dark mine, all these kinds of things. There's something to be said about the beauty found inside of the apparently dark, scary, grotesque, and that's a phase of art as well. The art points the importance of that out as well. So yeah, I don't know.
I think what got me away from like being a realist in that respect was like just, and this is just anecdotal, but like seeing, going to school with other art students and seeing the differences and what they found like beautiful, like like I my friends that were more into minimalism, they literally just did not find like detail in the kind of things I do, like in respect to craft. They didn't find it compelling at all. Like they literally did not like it. They didn't like it. They found it like boring. They found it like visually like I'm trying to remember some of the types of things they would say. Like I know my friend Adrian, like he just thought a lot of work like that. Like he found it like tedious, like visually. He was just much more compelled by minimalism.
But like, if this were a test to, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but if this were a test to exemplify, our ability to sense aesthetic realism, the same struggles would occur with all of our other senses. Like if you put cinnamon and sugar and all these senses in front of people, you get a whole population distribution of people fucking up and be like, "Oh, that's lavender." It's like, what the fuck is cinnamon? Why is she sniffing like it's lavender? And those same errors obviously could be occurring in terms of aesthetic realism. Like they could be getting it wrong. Could just be the case that just because your friends don't pick up on what's beautiful, or that you're not picking up on what's beautiful, doesn't mean it's not there, type thing. And
Well,
obviously we have to kind of concede that point because there are people out there that see the beauty in things or whatever.
in respect to what they seem to be like uplifting and valuing, I don't know what wrong would mean there. Like I don't know. Like I don't know how I would cash that out. I mean, if they're gravitating
Well,
towards
this is where
something. Yeah.
this is where realism gets interesting, right? Because like if we hunker down with realism, then we can actually show like contradictions or errors in the depictions of the art, right? Like if you use perspective and the building doesn't align with the horizon the way it should, right, to the vanishing point, then it's wrong. If you're trying to accomplish
Well,
perspective.
but again, that's a definition of realism. That's not the philosophical one.
No, it's not, but it's related in the sense that you're depicting what is real. Why does
But
perspective work?
you're predefining it, right? So you have
Well,
an evaluation. You're creating an evaluation mechanism.
what's okay? We kind of got to be careful there. You're not wrong. I'll concede somewhat. But what's interesting about perspective is that you can draw any landscape with it. It's just depicting the three-dimensional empty space. It's
Correct,
a yeah.
but some of the most valuable and highly recognized artists in history did exactly the opposite of that, and had it, instead of it being representational, had some version of it which triggered people's understanding of it, but without being representational.
Yes, I'll concede that as well. I'm just trying to drill home this point that art achieved something towards what is realism, what we define as realism philosophically and in terms of aesthetic realism. And those are obviously related because perspective art is an aesthetic tool for depicting reality. So it's interesting how that progress in art and the Enlightenment, codified how we both see and map what is real, basically.
Yeah.
There's no straight lines in reality, like a vanishing point. But that's the thing. The tool of perspective isn't claiming really anything about reality philosophically. You've already made that point. It's just, but to consider the tool philosophically has implications on aesthetic realism, I would think. It would be hard to dismiss that point, I would think, right? Because it would be like you would
I
have to
think it
argue
might be
something like
something.
it doesn't work or something.
I
Like there's
think
a
it might be
problem with
something more
perspective.
like, instead of representational realism, I would think it might be something more like representation of the human thought and perception as being the thing that's the realism. that
Yeah,
artist
What
kind of
that's
approach.
yeah,
wait,
so
wait,
that's the way.
what does perspective represent? The tool of perspective doesn't represent anything. It's not representational, right? Before I draw anything, and if I just understand the horizon line and vanishing points, I haven't. So are you saying like the space
So
itself is just right? Go ahead.
by representational, what I think Pi and I mean is that it comes as close to what we physically see as possible.
Okay, like it represents the physical possible world. Yeah, it's physical, right? Three
Like it's
dimensional
literally
space.
like think of it as like how close to to a photograph can you make something
Right,
with
right.
art?
Hmm.
That's what representational art is.
Yeah, that's why they cash
Yeah,
out the terms. That's why I was getting at about sometimes in art theory discourse they cash out the terms realism, and like realism is often like used synonymously with representation, but when they get real technical, realism is going to refer to kind of like what Darth was saying, like in respect to like the content as well, like
right, right.
yeah. So are you depicting like actual like occurring events and true nature of like human psychology versus like fantasy?
See, okay, and see
So
that's
it's
where
used.
obviously perspective is very interesting because we can use the tool to depict fantasy accurately, right? We don't have to draw something real. It's representational in the sense that it's representing an idea, but it's a fanciful depiction drawn accurately, physically, right? Architecture on another planet or whatever.
Yeah, this gets into the
Still
difference.
utilizing perspective.
This gets into the difference between like there's going to be a difference between the subject matter and the content. You know, um, so like you could have
Like
content that's realistic and a subject matter that's not, or vice versa. You could flip it. You know.
yeah, like I could logically point at someone's fictional depiction of architecture on another planet, knowing the author's understanding of the gravity on the planet or whatever, and then point at literally just an illustration error because I can see, oh, he's trying to use perspective. This planet obviously doesn't. It just has a horizon line and a vanishing point similar to Earth, there's just one thing here that's like obviously off. For him to try to explain that away with some crazy physics of the planet or something rather than just correcting the error would seem odd, right? Like, unless you. So, this is kind of like. What I'm trying to get at here is that if we were to dispel with three-dimensional reality, right, realism I think would just fall apart. Like three-dimensional reality is what informs our right, the XYZ axis is what informs both perspective and our understanding of like spatial reality. So to dispel, it's like those two things went hand in hand. The aesthetic understanding, right, of how to depict the real world, and if we were to dispel with that, I wouldn't know what something like realism philosophically would even have left. It seems like these undergird philosophical realism.
Well, but like for instance, if we were to go with your direction of what would be more valuable in some sense, or better, then we would have all of our art would be stereograms, right? Because that's more
Yes,
realistic.
I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying, but
But people generally don't like stereograms. You know, they don't want to go sit in front of and contemplate
but
stereograms.
but that's because reality, and this is a claim for aesthetic realism, right? Reality isn't just in terms of like physicalism and materialism. Aesthetics has a lot deeper connection between objective reality and our subjective interpretation of it. There's a connection there, right, between our values and what we come into contact with. So this is kind of steel manning my point, right? It's like if it is true that mere materialism and mere representationalism doesn't do it, we need more than that. Then aesthetic realism extending beyond, right, into even like our morals or our psychology, those kinds of things, seems relevant. as though like the beauty that's outside in the real world can also be internalized in a real way.
I mean, beauty. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, humans are more alike than they are different, if that's what you mean. So there's some
I'm
like
make
consistent. There's going to be some consistent version of beauty, like little newborns, like symmetry in faces and things like that. But
Hmm.
that all changes over time, in terms of
Yeah,
like
and to the
prioritization.
extent that, like, this is what I was talking about with Joker not long ago. I think to the extent that things like that are found like appealing or beautiful, there it's not just, again, it's not just the form, it's not just the spatial form, it's like other associations.
Hmm.
Like why people find like those things appealing.
is aestheticism only spatial? I don't know. Is it considered typically only like a spatial term?
Probably not. I just mean like when
Interesting.
I just mean like when like it does a disservice to saying like it does a disservice to saying like a symmetry is like appealing if you're just saying like there's reasons behind why symmetry is appealing other than literally like, oh, like your left and your right eye are aligned at the exact same
Yeah, there's
distance.
evolutionary reasons.
Right, exactly. So, like, to the extent that you're saying symmetry is like visually pleasing, you're not just talking about like the arrangement and how it's perceived, like in space. Looking at it, it's like it's related to other associations that may or may not be. I don't know that I would always call those associations aesthetic. That seems to really be stripping away what
They're not aesthetic at all.
Give me an
Yeah.
example of an association, just
So
quick.
symmetry in faces, the reason why we evolved to like symmetry is that it correlates to health.
Yeah.
But give me an example of the association that you wanted to dispel, just so I understand a little deeper. Like, what kind of association would someone make with that symmetry that you would want to not accept?
Oh yeah, like, well, like he was saying, like health, like if someone is like say like someone has like symmetry in their body, and then that relates to like bodily kinesthetic intelligence, right? Their ability to move through space, and then that relies on their and then that lends itself to their ability to be a good hunter. I don't know that I would call like providing resources. I'm not going to call that an aesthetic judgment. Like that seems to really be like muddying the waters on what we're meaning when we mean like aesthetic. Like, it's like, yeah.
So what kind of would be an example of, well, I guess you probably would be pressed to find an example of an aesthetic reality, right? That's your claim. Like, could you provide me with something that would falsify your skepticism? Like, what could I give you something?
I would say something that is learned and consciously sought, as opposed to inherent, would be more appropriate as a target.
So, achieving an end goal kind of thing, working through the phases.
Well, I just mean like that sort of next level of hierarchy where there's intent behind the aesthetic, not just natural evolutionary influence.
Yes. Okay. Yes. See, this is where it gets so confusing. You nailed it. What a great answer.
Because
my pushback. Go ahead.
Because they're because you get to problems, and it's easier for me to actually do this with music because I feel like music is like more broadly understood by like the bigger public than like maybe specific works of art, you know, that like that's more allocated to people that like really study. Music's a little bit more universal in respect to like how it's appreciated. So, but like some like aggressive music, like there's a lot of people that like aesthetically are put off by it, the way it sounds. But like I have associations with a lot of aggressive music that like are political because a lot of the like really harsh bands I listened to, I grew up, they were related, like, you know, like their music I related to like political movements, and I also related to things like catharsis and stuff. So like my engagement with it is different than someone else's engagement with it. So it's hard for me to think about it in terms of like the sound itself just being like appealing aesthetically. It's like, no, it has like other aspects to it.
The healthy skepticism here towards our differences of opinion in how we, or our differences in how we perceive aesthetics, just from my point of view, folds over into validating the non intention behind naturalism. Because if it's true that I could just be naive in my interpretation when I go to a screamo band, and everyone else in the crowd's appreciating something that I'm just missing, could also be true that when I look at a flower or the pebbles on the beach, that in fact I am just naive and ignorant to the complex design that's out there. I mean, especially in that circumstance, it would be more incumbent upon me to understand my fellow humans thrashing in a dive bar compared to the extravagant complexity of what it would take to design the pebbles on the beach. I wouldn't even, then I do just begin to feel like an ant on a hill. And in terms of art, I would say again, that's kind of like how I feel approaching some aesthetically miraculous piece of art makes me feel humble in that exact same way. And that's what makes me feel the connection between reality, this overly complex and mesmerizing phenomenology that's happening in front of us, that is life, and our mere attempts at it as humans to represent, if you want to say that word, it in art. You know, we seem to be getting at the same thing, I suppose, but it is interesting how we come at the bias confirmation from different angles. I could walk up to the thrash metal fans and ask them why they appreciate the music. I wouldn't even know where to begin to look to asking if there's like a designer to the world. How would I even if the artist was in front of me with their weird hat and their shoes, they would write the god artist. They would feel so esoteric and distant that they would probably be like a homeless person on the street that I dismiss, or some old lady that I think is dumb. Like, that's not only that, it would be much more than that. It would, right, like, this is where it comes full circle. It would be like it would be so simple and so aesthetically real that I would just ignore it, like fish in water.
I often
That
wonder how we go about like creating a control to even illustrate like objectivity in this way. Like like do we have to like have like the same like if we had the exact same controls on the people in respect to their background, well then that would be manipulating it. But then if we had like different participants coming to like these like aesthetic judgments, and like then that's a form of like manipulation. This is why I like lean away from realism and then like look more towards like particulars, because I don't even know how we're creating a study to like assess this and like assess normativity in respect to like fairness, even in regards to like how we like conduct the study. Like,
And
like
it's so funny. I would feel the same way about particulars. I would feel so overwhelmed without like a presupposition, I guess, or a bias confirmation to guide me through the particulars that I would leave them alone. I wouldn't even know where to start with the particulars. Basically, I wouldn't know how to judge them from one another, if that makes any sense. Like, this is it. It's like, imagine before the development of perspective, trying to draw reality. Imagine how fucking hard it would be, dude. Like, people would have attempted for millennia to
Well, we
figure
have
it
a
out.
lot of examples of that. I mean,
Yeah, I
that's what
know.
art was before they understood perspective.
But the mental struggle, right? And then, like, someone's just like, oh, perspective.
Yeah.
Like, and that's art. And that's
hmm
science. Like, and that is why I love it, honestly. That progress. That's where I point to the progress. We went from such a chaotic method of non-interpretation to complete representationalism, to the point of moving on from the being like unsatisfied. Art, literally, we're unsatisfied by representationalism. There's something more. Will give us more. What is it that we're extending? To be involved in the particulars is to be unconvinced by perspective. It's an old age. It's like clinging to your old method that you want. No, the particulars. There's another way to represent reality. It's like, no, perspective captures it all. X, Y, Z. That's all you need. Grid it all out. You can literally draw anything, right? You can literally pretty much capture any image with that knowledge of three-dimensional space. And some old guy out there is still trying to, do his way of grain and sand or whatever, however he's trying to go through all the little particulars.
it's hard. It's hard now because there's just so many other systems in place that prevent us from being able to look at it as like from a tabula rasa like perspective, from a blank state, like, or blank slate or whatever.
Oh, impossible.
Yeah, it's like impossible. So it's like, yeah, it's just because like, even like in respect to like what people create in like art schools, that's going to be that's dictated by, unfortunately, by other systems, So
Well,
we're
and
not
I just
even,
think
we're
I
not
think
getting.
people aren't. I think people, like consumers, aren't particularly interested in like, we have photographs and we have all that stuff now, so it's not as impressive to be able to recreate that by hand.
But at the same
We're
time, though,
desensitized to
at
it.
the same time, though, what's interesting is we not only we like, realism is not like in vogue in the way it was, but what is in vogue is hyperrealism, even more realistic. Like, hyperrealism is the highest.
Actually, I am blown away by these people who make the just grayscale things and you see like
every aspect,
sweat beads and stuff on the
yeah.
people's faces. It's amazing.
Yeah, that type of work is so process oriented. It's so like it's very, very specific in respect to like steps in a way that like I'm personally not interested in.
Right. It's because it's sort of that we know how to fool or maximally affect the human visual perception.
Well, I was speaking in regards to like, in order to achieve those kind of effects, there's just such a specific way you have to go about it. Like creating like a like, if you were to create a hyperrealistic portrait, oftentimes they're gridded to an insane amount. Like, we're talking like I had a friend that was hyperrealist.
Just don't leave any of it to the human, right?
Yeah,
pixelate it. They're literally pixelating it.
Yeah, I was like, I was friends with a hyperrealist. He was a grad student while I was in undergrad. His name was Parker, and he on like a 4 foot by like 4 by 3 foot or 4 by 5, relatively large paintings. He had half inch grid, sometimes quarter-inch grid on 4 by 5 feet. Like that's how technical he was. Like that's
Pencil has to
crazy.
be sharpened like every 5 minutes.
Yeah, and like everything, and then like from like every step of it too, like the way you lay down the first layer to like what you do next, everything is just so like specific in respect to the process. That just like that kind of process, like that kind of like just doesn't really like interest me in regards to like the steps I have to take to get there. Like it's just like that just doesn't like my hand could probably do it, but my mind can't do it. Like I can't stay that focused like to do that.
Sure.
Like
Yeah. The discipline
Obviously,
isn't about the art.
obviously, reality in terms of aesthetic has to be like when we think about humans has to be defined of all of our senses, I suppose. Now that I'm thinking about it, visual representation would just be one mode of aesthetics, but we have all of our other senses. Like a blind person still has an aesthetic experience.
Ooh, listen to this. German scientists just scored a longevity breakthrough by combining the cancer drugs rapamycin and trametinib. They extended mouse lifespans by an impressive 30%.
oh my god. Oh, here we come, baby. I'm not gonna die.
Biohacker Brian Johnson, who previously dropped rapamycin due to harsh side effects, might want to revisit it. This drug combo isn't just tweaking genes, it could be reshaping the boundaries of aging science. Man, we're getting so close to breakthroughs in lifespan stuff.
Yeah,
I just hope we're in time.
I know, right? Hey man, I don't talk about it because it's it's like I'm supposed to be the rational person that brings evidence, but I've always had a weird feeling that I was gonna like live forever. Like
We're so close to that.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've had this weird wooey feeling inside of me that I wasn't gonna. But I just don't talk about it because it's like I know it's insane. Like
you know what the problem is? Even if it happens within our lifetime, we're probably not rich enough to take advantage of it.
I know, right?
The reason to get rich is to make sure you can be on the short list.
Yeah. That's actually funny. A friend of mine is a fellow artist at Washington Square Park. We were talking about a friend of ours that recently went through a surgery where she was in and out, and then I was talking about how eventually like when AI is fully implemented, you'll be able to just like scan and get these crazy things like done in like one day, and he's like, well, we won't be able to because we don't have the money. Yeah, the money.
Man.
Like 7-8 years ago, I've had a couple near life death experiences, unaliving experiences, but 7-8 years ago I got into cliff jumping at a nearby like valley, and one of the cliff jumps has this double pocket waterfall, so you jump off one into a middle pocket that's kind of like a small pool, and there's a big waterfall, and then off the next cliff. And I went when the water levels were really high, and I was very stupid, and I jumped in anyways, and the waterfall sucked me into the middle pocket and twirled me around for 2 minutes. So much so that like I was held underwater, so much so that I didn't even know which way was up. It was just spinning me like a washing machine, and it felt like, literally felt, as soon as I jumped and as soon as I felt the weight of the water, I knew I gave up. What I did is I literally instantly gave up. It felt like 1,000 men pushing me underwater, like for fun. There was no swimming or getting out of that, you know? You just felt the raw power of nature. And
Hmm.
and then after 2 minutes, it spit me out over the next waterfall, like a 20, 25-foot cliff. I didn't hit any rocks or anything, and I was fine. I managed, it was freezing cold water, but I managed to. Never held my breath that long ever in my life. Ever. If you asked me how long I could hold my breath, I would think 40 seconds max, maybe a minute if my life, minute and a half of my life depended on it. I had the whole thing
Hmm.
on GoPro, and so I could watch it back, and it was 2 minutes. I was under there for 2 minutes. And I experienced everything from both the giving up part, right? It was very interesting how right away some people would have struggled and like fought their way out. And interestingly, a few days later, a kid did die down there in the exact same spot. And I'm assuming not only did he have not have the lung capacity, but he also probably struggled. Because when I gave up, I went into this like trance state of thinking about kind of what you guys are getting at about mortality and like how I'm gonna live forever and how this is such a small moment in time. Like I was like, I know that no matter how painful this is gonna be, like I was convinced I'm done. I'm going right. I was convinced. I was absolutely. I'd given up. I was like a weak puppy, just like totally submissive to nature and what it was gonna do with me. And yeah, I just felt like I go with Pi on this one. Like I felt in that moment a weird connection to my ancestors, my family. I was like, they all love me. They know I've lived a good life. Like whatever. I don't know. There was this weird submission that was just so powerful with the weight of the water. And then to have the rebirth, to be spat back over and to like get so gratuitous and thankful, uninjured, totally fine, totally uninjured. Um, Gave me a perspective, definitely gave me a perspective on like my mere mortality, right? No medical intervention was going to save me that day, right? Maybe if I had uploaded my consciousness or something into a computer, who knows? But like if your lungs fill with water at this point in time, and that can happen anytime, or you get hit by a bus, you're not getting saved. There's no technology today that's going to save you. So you do have to preciously, you know, take, be grateful for every moment in life. But yeah, everything you do has a major impact. And like, if you can't look yourself in the mirror and go to bed at night, you know, looking at yourself basically, and knowing that you've done what you can, if you did have to go the next day or in your sleep, like, yeah, that's what life is totally about. You do have to open up to that mortality component. I think, like, right, it's a bit of a existential crisis to not have the weight of the water on you at all times, to not feel that at any moment this can all be taken from you, and you know you don't know what's going to happen on the other side. But yeah.
Well, I think the weight of the water thing, that's probably how Christians feel, right? That's why it's comfortable. They can, you know, you know what I mean?
You cut out a bit there, Dar. Say it again.
I think the analogy of the weight of the water making you not resist is kind of probably the why Christians feel so good about believing in Jesus.
Oh, it's a submission thing.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. And to that degree, going back to the epistemic humility thing, I'll give it to him compared to a non-believer. There is a component there of that submission that I appreciate, I suppose,
Hmm.
to some element. Not my scientific, logical brain, but my empathetic one that really does appreciate some. I really appreciate people who give me the benefit of the doubt off of no evidence, for instance. You gotta appreciate someone like that, right?
Hmm.
I don't know. Do you guys agree with that?
Um, Only appreciate it in terms of understanding it and understanding that they're coming at it from maybe ignorance is bliss type of lifestyle or worldview. But I don't appreciate it as being like a one that yeah, it depends what you mean by appreciate. I
Like,
understand it.
let's dispel with the religious people for a second and just
Hmm.
talk about someone who like doesn't need any evidence, doesn't know you, and would take you in to their own home and feed you, you know, no questions asked. If they
Hmm.
saw you on the side of the road, they'd pick you up type person.
I don't
Like
know
that.
that someone who's okay, yeah. That type of person. I'm sorry, I was going to go religious again. Sorry. Yeah. What? So that type of person.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Like have something in me, as going back to aesthetics, maybe that like I appreciate that so much in people personally.
Yeah.
You have it yourself, Logic, and a lot of people don't appreciate it. So you appreciate that when you see it in others.
Oh, and especially because it humbles me because I don't always have it. So when I see someone who's like, yeah, I had a mom who was very like not about having my friends over, and I would always end up at my friends' houses whose parents would just cook for everyone and have it let us have sleepovers, no questions asked. My parents, I don't know, I don't know why my parents were just not as open. It's not like I never had friends over, but they weren't like that,
Mm.
you know.
I'm
And
the
so
type that
I wish I was more like that.
would invite a random person that seemed hard up back to my place to like take a shower, and the whole time I would be talking to them and inviting them, I would have a
Then you kind of like invite him down into the basement.
well, I would have a
Oh yeah, put the lotion on the skin.
I would have no. I would have I would just have like some sort of maybe metal scribe or something up my sleeve.
Help.
50. Yeah. Well,
Blink
like
twice.
I'd be helping them. This is a true story, actually. I invited someone back to my place one time, and I didn't know him from Adam, but he needed help, and he took a shower in my house, but the whole time I was talking to him afterwards, I had a bit of a weapon on me.
Oh boy.
So I could you can be equally suspicious and still help.
Yeah. I mean, like, and I think Logic, like, that was my house. Like, I rarely have friends stay the night, but I stayed at theirs. So, like, my son's best friend during COVID lived with us for 3 months. I actually just got rid of a house full of fucking teenagers, this morning because they were all making me fucking crazy. I think that when you have parents that didn't allow that, but you went to other people's houses and had that, I mean, like, I think that that's something like I let the girls tear my kitchen up and bake brownies and cakes from scratch the other day. And the boys sat in there and played video games. I mean, I think that you become that. I also let a homeless veteran live with me for 2 years. So I think that life teaches us things, and we want someone who would do that for us if we were in a position to where we couldn't. I don't know. That's the way that
In
I
other
look at it.
words,
Like,
the things that we value are the things we value in others.
exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there's this other component though, that is that when I look to empiricism and science and logic, there's not a fulfilling aspect of that informs me on how to give people the benefit of the doubt. I have to intuitively just submit, similar to the religious submission of like, because it's not always in me, like I'm saying, but yet I appreciate it in others. So it's incumbent upon me to try to submit towards it, even though sometimes my rational and evidential brain will lead me otherwise. It's not wrong to have the weapon in the back pocket, right, to protect yourself. But um, when the evidence leads you to even witness the person and judge them wrongly, you still have to have room in your heart to give them grace, basically. And why give them grace? Why not just put them into the shanks and leave them there, right? Like, why? I don't understand. Like, so, and the reason, I swear the reason has something to do with aesthetic realism, something towards a gaze towards, right, what could better be, possibly, those kinds of things. Doesn't always have to be dark, doesn't always have to be bad. You can make a difference. There's a lot you can do to make a difference in someone's life, those kind of things, or in life.
Agree. I think that adding positive, I guess that I want to leave the world a little better than I found it, even if it's only for a handful of people. And if that means taking someone home and letting them have a hot meal, or paying for someone's hotel room for a couple of weeks while I help them look for a place to stay because they're elderly and they're living on the street in front of fucking Home Depot, then I'm going to do it. because I'd hope somebody would do that for my family member. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think that if everybody did what little they could, no matter how big or small it is, the world would be a little fucking better and we wouldn't have to worry about humility as much as we do.
I don't remember where we left off, but we got to a really weird place one time when we were talking about aesthetic realism logic, where we I think you were leading me to think about the way certain functions actually depend, maybe not depend, but are presented in a certain way, like visually, and they're indispensable.
Yes. Now, functions I could take it different ways, but do you mean like the inference rules, inferences?
No, I was saying something like a square going into a square hole, it presents itself visually a certain way as a square with the right. I said
Yeah.
hole, but into a square space, but that
Yeah.
it would appear it would appear differently visually and also not function if it was a different object trying to cram it into that space, right?
Yes.
The two are synonymous.
Yes. Yeah, and the function is a little hard to define, I suppose.
Well, just fitting in the hole, whatever that means. What I mean is just
consider like an open shape though, like a cross.
Well, yeah, that's to change the parameters, but I mean, I'm just saying visually, to achieve said function, you're also literally changing how that object is presented visually.
Yes. Yes, I
Yeah.
would totally agree. But I think it is interesting to consider, if we're thinking about this word function in terms of shapes and geometry and symbols or whatever, and how that relates to aesthetics. When we get outside of a shape, a closed shape, we run into some interpretive issues, basically, aesthetically, or perhaps what it can go the whole other way. Like a cross actually does make me quite perplexed on the implications aesthetically, because of how open yet accurate, or how precise yet open it is. It's seems like it's not quite a shape in the same like a square or a circle. There does seem to be some serious implications of it.
I've heard you talk about it that way.
Functionally.
I've heard you talk about it that way, but and I'm not saying you're doing this intentionally. I'm just saying if I was to critique this, I would come across so to me, when I'm talking about a cross, in respect to comparing it to the cross that we know related to Jesus, it is literally like a fixed position where the top part is a little higher past the center towards the thing. And when you're talking about a plane, and just coordinates crossing each other, they're not crossed in that way. They just just go across each other. That's not the same. So it seems weird to relate that to the actual Christian cross.
So a cross is, I think maybe just consider a cross versus, let's say, a square or something. You're just talking about convex versus concave shapes. A plane is not a shape.
Yes, I would agree.
So to relate a cross to a plane, or I think what you mean is the axes of the plane.
Yeah, so what I was saying is when I'm thinking of the Christian cross, where the axes are, we're talking about the axes being placed up above the center and then just having a little time. But when you're talking about the broader XY axis and then trying to relate that to a Christian cross, it's they're not going to make the same shape. You know what I mean?
I think someone wanted to come up.
I don't see anyone in the guests. I've been keeping my eye on it, but yeah, I'll keep my eye
Oh,
closer
Yeah, I
if
didn't see
someone
anybody
requests.
either.
he
Okay.
wanted to come up. Maybe he decided not to.
Oh, it's just someone said something. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you guys are touching on all the good stuff here. I'll concede the point about where the cross is happening. I want to just go back to, before we get into any link to Christianity or get too deep in the weeds here. Earlier when we were talking about the function of, I guess, geometry or shapes. I just wanted to differentiate the difference between, I mean, Darth mentioned convex and concave, but even just open and closed too. Do you guys see the, I guess, difference in function there?
No,
Like
what would
even
be open?
like a square without even just missing a part of the square, so it's not an actual complete square.
Okay.
Because the whole part about functionality, how we define
hmm
functionality, was,
No, I just wanted to know what you meant by open and closed.
I
Yes, I
know, I
agree
know,
that there
I
is a
know.
concept topologically of open and closed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. Not quite. Although representationally, I suppose it is the same. But I'm using this a little bit more colloquially. But I just
hmm
meant that, like, if we're talking about the function, if we can't fit the shape into an open system the same way, we can't fit. If it's a square, it's easy. The shape either fits in the square or not. But as soon as it's open, now we have like an infinite possibility of like leakage, basically, on what can be contained in the square, right? Like pi. Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh,
No.
Oh, I see. I think I see what you're saying. You're saying, what does it mean for something to be inside or outside of an open shape?
Yeah, but we use
And
this
the
term.
answer is that an open shape doesn't have an inside or outside, except
Yeah,
for, it has both, and it's arbitrary which you consider which.
and also linking this term function to aesthetics. So we were talking about what is its function, right? Its function is going to be related to what's in terms of closed shapes, just what's inside the shape. Pi made that very clear. Are you following, Pi? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm so curious. You don't have to. No pressure to respond if you're busy or whatever.
Respond to someone in the comment section. My bad.
Oh yeah, no pressure. What up, though?
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to kind of join the conversation, like ask questions and, kind of
Absolutely.
add input. I actually was not tracking the last thing you said, logic control. So I would like that repeated if possible.
Well, we were talking about aesthetic realism. I don't really know what we're getting at entirely with this term function. Pi said something earlier about shapes and their aesthetics being related to their function. Do you kind of follow so far? Do you need clarity, or like, I don't really know what we're saying here, but that's where I've gotten so far. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, like, I mean, you just mean like the symbol kind of represents something. It has.
Little more, little more.
Yeah, a little
There's
more than that. Yeah.
little more. Like, let's take a square. This term function, we're trying to kind of get at what the function of a square would be. If you can even apply the terminology in that way. But I think you can in terms of aesthetics. When we look at the aesthetics of what a square is, right, aesthetically, we can determine its function. And Pi made it very clear that maybe a simple way of putting it would be what fits inside the square, right?
Like, let's say you were just trying to do something like, yeah, put a square peg into a round hole, and it was a slightly larger square. Like, it's like the function of just putting it into that, right? Like, it's like depends on necessarily changing the aesthetic as well. The aesthetic of the shape is going to change in order to fulfill that function of like putting it in, yeah, When I'm saying
Yeah,
function, I'm
yeah.
talking about just strictly like, it's very simplistic sense. I'm not talking about like purpose and like or anything like that. Like,
No, just like, but you could apply it to, like, let's say like the heads of a
a
screwdriver.
whole different
Screwdriver.
ballgame. Yeah, yeah.
Well, would you say it's like, would the heads of a screwdriver be towards its purpose? The heads of a screwdriver can be made in all those different shapes, right? You got the
Yeah.
Phillips, you're right, but or also, but and it, I suppose each one accomplishes its own little purpose, right? But so like, okay, so yeah, I don't know. We can take the conversation anywhere you guys want to go. I can lead it, or you guys can take it if you want.
Well, I can't lead because I'm working as we speak, so I can only half
That's
listen.
Pi, I kind of wanted to ask, like, you're saying like if we wanted to make the square fit into the smaller round hole, we would need to change the aesthetics of it. And like I don't I guess I'm kind of confused on what you mean by aesthetic specifically, because I would also just like wouldn't you also be just changing the shape? Like it wouldn't necessarily even be a square anymore if you're changing the actual.
Which would necessarily change the aesthetic, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I'm confused how you mean aesthetic there.
Yeah, I mean the literal shape, like the aesthetic arrangement, the appearance, not the value judgment or anything like that.
Well, wouldn't that also be changing the value judgment of?
It could, but I was just trying to keep it like simpliciter that way, like because it's like we could be talking about a whole different like set of like value theory and all that, but I was just trying to keep it a little more simple.
Okay, I got you. I guess I'm just a little bit confused because when you say the aesthetic is changing, right? It sounds like, well, in this example, also the analytic value of the object is changing. It's no longer like a square so that it can fit into this.
Right.
Like it kind of confuses me with this example, but if you're trying to separate those, I can understand what you mean.
Yeah. I was trying to capture. Yeah, let me say this real quick. I was trying to capture a notion that logic was putting too. So like, I'm not going to have full grasp on this because it wasn't even really my notion. I was just trying to attempt to steelman. I thought what like a point logic had made a while ago.
Yeah, I appreciate
this isn't
that.
even my point. So
I appreciate that. I was
Yeah.
trying to go with your language a little bit, maybe a little bit too much, but I really appreciate your attempt at steelmanning it there. I also struggle to really put what I exactly mean into words, but I think you did a pretty good job. Like, maybe I could flesh it out a little clearer where I was going with it, unless you guys want to take the conversation in a completely different direction. I don't know. Maybe a clear way of depicting the open and closed systems, right? And how that's related to geometry is a good place to start. So, do you guys think we can parse out open and closed systems in set theory without aesthetically without something like geometry?
Sentence one more time. Ask that question one more time.
Well, basically, do we, like, in terms of open and closed systems in set theory, do we think we can completely separate that from geometry in terms of aesthetics? How else would we think in terms of an open or a closed system without geometry and shapes? Is there another way to do it?
Well, I would say that something like there's no shape involved in a open or closed one-dimensional um, system.
Like the number line?
Yeah, just it's open or closed based on whether it ends or not.
But aesthetically, do you see how the number line is underwhelming?
Are you kidding? I think it's beautiful.
Well, not because it's not beautiful, just because we can't even see it or find it. It's not even in the real world. Aesthetically, it's almost non-existent, I guess. Or like I wouldn't
Ah,
even know how to comment it.
we visualize it though, and in its
But
visualization,
yeah, ooh,
it's
do we ever
it
get to see the
becomes
actual
maybe
number line?
geometric, you know.
But this is different than the real world. When we see the water and then we try to paint it. Whereas the number line, all we get to see is these depictions, but we never get to find the number line in real world. You always have to like describe it like a god somewhere off in space. It's like you can't point to it, you can't show me it, other than your drawing of it or someone else's drawing of it. So I'm just talking about in terms of aesthetics, right? Aesthetics seem to be involved in our senses. Like a true aesthetic thing, we should be able to touch, feel, smell, taste, hear, to have the full aesthetic realization of it. So if geometry is related to these kinds of basic logical categorizations like open and closed, right? On, off, true, false, open, closed, binary systems, then I think there is something to be said about the function of a system that is either open and closed. There's tons of different shapes, right, in geometry, but we tend to map all the shapes on using one shape, which is this cross, not the Christian cross, like Pi already said, but just the Cartesian plane. Like there seems to be something about the utilization and function of that shape in particular that I don't know is very pragmatic in mapping
Mhm.
reality.
Sure, sure. And then, that goes to like more dimensions too, right? So the fact that it's a plane um, is because we're projecting down onto two dimensions, but you can project a higher dimension thing onto three dimensions or four dimensions or five dimensions. We live in a three-dimensional, three spatial dimensions. So our brains have evolved to have high levels of cognition related to three dimensions, and even more levels of cognition related to two dimensions because we see things, we actually view things in two dimensions. Our brain just mixes them up to create a three-dimensional um, visualization internally, right? So two dimensions are simpler to think about than three dimensions. Three dimensions are simpler to think about than four dimensions. And we have no practical experience with four dimensions, so we don't have any like dedicated cognitive capacity for it. Three dimensions
Yeah, I
is,
wonder, do you think anyone does aesthetically experience higher dimensions, or is not? Are you
no,
skeptical of that?
I'm very skeptical, at least not evolutionarily. You can train yourself to create mental models and you can practice things and you can probably do something like uh but probably what they're doing at that point is I can't really say, but I would imagine it would be projecting four dimensions, let's say, onto some three-dimensional representation because our brains again don't have the physical uh, parts to experience four dimensions. Like we have physical parts of our brain devoted to experiencing three dimensions.
Yeah, so I would say probably again that's a link to aesthetic realism in the sense that it's right defined by these dimension.
Hmm.
Obviously, our
Well,
aesthetics
actually,
are. Go ahead.
one cool thing to think about is, cybernetics. We should be able to integrate theoretically, or potentially, some sort of so computers aren't limited to 3 dimensions. They can understand 4 dimensions just as well as 3 dimensions. There's no real difference. N dimensions versus N dimensions or N dimensions. So if there's some quote unquote mental model that provides N dimensional functionality, which could then be integrated in the same way that our 3 dimensional components of our brain are integrated into our consciousness, and into even unconsciousness, into the functionality of our like rational thought and mental models and visualization and all those kinds of things. We could in the future potentially have intuition about four and more dimensions.
I mean, mathematically, I have intuition about it because I understand that you could just infinitely apply as many dimensions to whatever calculus you're doing, really. And in terms of my senses, I suppose I do have five dimensions to my senses. But yeah, in terms of spatial orientation, there's only three that I'm aware of.
Yeah, we had billions of years to develop our brains to be good at understanding and working with and modeling 3 spatial dimensions.
I hesitate to end this live because this conversation has been so good, and it's been going for so long, and I do need to get going now. So I appreciate all of y'all, love y'all. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and
You
I will
too,
see you
Logic.
next time.
All right,
Yeah,
Peace
thanks,
bye.